Chapter 61. The Spirit Showdown begins. Cheng Xiao stepped forward with a confident grin and extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Cheng Xiao, level 35 attack-type battle soul master. Across from him, Ye Lingling mirrored his gesture. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Ye Lingling, level 35 auxiliary weapons soul master. Their hands met in a firm shake, sealing a new alliance. All right, Qin Ming called from a few paces behind, watching the introduction with satisfaction. He waved to the rest of the Huangdou team. Let's get ready and head into the Tiando Grand Arena. With that, Qin Ming led the way up the sweeping marble steps toward the stadium's entrance. From the outside, the Tiando Grand Arena looked like a colossal, gleaming oval rising 120 meters into the sky. Inside, a massive central ring was encircled by 36 smaller combat pits. Altogether, the complex could seat over 100,000 spectators, plus more than 1,000 private VIP boxes lining the upper tiers. The Grand Arena wasn't merely a battlefield for soul masters to prove their mettle, it was also a showcase of wealth and prestige. Factions and sects from across the land poured fortunes into securing the best seats, sponsorship banners fluttering overhead, each side vying to outshine the rest. As Cheng Xiao, Ye Lingling, Qin Ming, and the rest of the Huangdou team passed beneath the great archway, the roar of the crowd surged up to meet them. Their moment had arrived. As they made their way toward the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena, Qin Ming paused to give Cheng Xiao a concise rundown of its rules and purpose. Remember, he said, we're here to spar spirits and sharpen our combat skills, not to risk our lives in a true death match. Soul fights in the arena came in a variety of formats: exhibition matches, life and death duels, high-stake gambling bouts, and organized tournaments. Each could be staged as one-on-one encounters, two-on-two skirmishes, or larger team battles. Team sizes were negotiated between opposing sides, but by arena regulations, no team could exceed 10 members or fall below 7. Pushing open the massive gates, they entered a vaulted hall dominated by a towering stone stele. Its surface was carved with thousands of names, the souls of past challengers who never walked away. Qin Ming placed a hand on the cold rock and lowered his voice. Each one of these was a soul master who perished here. Cheng Xiao pressed his lips into a thin line and offered a solemn nod. Nearby, a pair of arena clerks invited newcomers to sign up, their quills scratching swiftly across parchment. Registration was simple: a few signatures, a verification of one's spirit rank, and the bout would be set. With barely a pause, they stepped forward, determined to stake their claim in the arena and live to tell the tale. All contestants needed to do was fill out a simple form: name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit, and they would receive the basic Iron Soul Badge. Cheng Xiao's eyes nearly popped out when he learned the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins. It wasn't a trivial sum, and he felt every pang in his wallet as he paid. With registration finished, it was time to sort the spirit duels. Qin Ming guided Cheng Xiao to the arena district, offered a few parting words of advice, and then slipped away. Before long, the one-on-one matchups for the Imperial fighting team were announced. Every combat-capable student was assigned a dueling ring. Everyone, that is, except Ye Lingling, the support spirit master who lacked fighting skills. When Cheng Xiao stepped into the Tiando Grand Spirit Arena, it struck him like the Colosseum of ancient tales. Only here the gladiators wielded spirit energies instead of swords and shields. All the duelists were ushered into a large holding room where they waited in tense silence for the first match to begin. As Huangdou's team entered the rest area, the other soul masters, well aware of their reputation, circled away, careful not to risk offending these celebrated fighters. Du Guyan's brow furrowed as he turned, to their instructor. Sir, are you sure it's wise to pair Lingling with Cheng Xiao? He nodded toward Cheng Xiao, who sat quietly beside Ye Lingling. His soul power ranking isn't low, but we've never seen him in combat. If Lingling gets hurt, we'll be the ones to answer for it. Trailed by Yu Tianheng, who glanced between Du Guyan and the newcomer, Du Guyan's concerns seemed to spread. Tianheng cleared his throat. Yanzi, Cheng Xiao reached Soul Master at such a young age. He has to be strong. I think Lingling will be fine. Du Guyan shot him a warning look. All the more reason we must follow Teacher Qin Ming's instructions. Never unleash the jade phosphorus snake venom recklessly in a match. Yu Tianheng rolled his eyes. I know. Why are you already nagging like teacher Qin Ming? Duguyan's jaw clenched. Enough. With that, a wary hush settled over them as everyone awaited their teacher's final word. This is all for your own good, Yu Tianheng sighed, shaking his head in resignation at Duguyan's fiery temper. In the one-on-one spirit arena, duels are matched by lottery. While one spirit master battles, the next in line may choose either to watch the fight or to rest, ensuring they remain in peak condition. Apart from true life and death contests, the arena forbids fatalities, a built-in safety measure to protect its competitors. Today, Oslo stepped onto the floor first for the royal fighters. Relying on astonishing speed, he outpaced and overwhelmed his opponent in mere seconds, claiming victory without breaking a sweat. Next up was Yu Tianheng himself. As the team captain, Yu not only possessed formidable skill, but also commanded the legendary blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex spirit. The moment his opponent caught sight of that glowing, electrified beast spirit, all resolve drained from him. No ordinary spirit master stood a chance against such power. With a flash and a roar, Yu's fracturing bolt of blue lightning signaled the match's swift conclusion. One by one, the rest of the royal fighters stepped forward and secured their wins, affirming their team's prowess. Finally, it was Cheng Xiao's turn. He strode confidently into the arena and froze. His opponent was none other than Duguyan. A hush fell over the crowd. Duguyan's reputation for relentless aggression and unorthodox tactics was well known. Even the most seasoned spirit masters tread lightly before him. Cheng Xiao squared his shoulders, drawing in a steady breath. Whatever happened next, this duel would be far from ordinary. The soul-fighting arena fell silent as a graceful hostess stepped into the center of the stage, microphone in hand. She cleared her throat, her voice ringing out like a chime. Today's Soul Masters are, on my left, Beast Martial Soul Battle Spirit Master Duguyan, and on my right, Beast Martial Soul Battle Soul Master Cheng Xiao. Let's give them a warm welcome and see what sparks will fly in this battle of titans. Fighters, please take your places. A roar of excitement swept through the stands. Longtime fans of Soul Combat knew Duguyan's reputation all too well. A fearsome master who wielded poison with deadly precision. They couldn't wait to see her in action again. Many in the crowd whispered eagerly that no soul master deserved her merciless toxins more than this young challenger. Behind the safety barrier, Duguyan's cool gray eyes narrowed as she turned to face her opponent. When she learned that her rival was none other than a 12-year-old soul master, her expression grew even more serious. This child had ascended to soul master rank at an age few could dream of. Duguyan was determined to discover what extraordinary power he truly possessed. Give it everything you've got, she said in a low voice, more to herself than to anyone else. Cheng Xiao smiled in reply, the faint curve of his lips almost gentle in contrast to the storm of anticipation in the arena. It's an honor, he replied, bowing his head respectfully. Shall we begin? Duguyan said nothing more. She shot a sharp glance at Yu Tianheng, who managed a bitter laugh, and then strode off toward the Soul Master's entryway. Cheng Xiao sprang to follow, but before he could take more than a step, Ye Lingling, who never spoke unless strictly necessary, tugged on the hem of his robes. Cheng Xiao, she whispered, Yan Yan's temper is terrible. She's got a snake venom technique that my martial spirit can't neutralize. If she unleashes it, just throw in the towel, jump off the soul-fighting platform and concede. It's your only safe option. Cheng Xiao's eyes widened in surprise, but he nodded firmly in understanding. Then, with determined strides, he made his way to the stage. Behind him, the rest of the Huangdo team loungers gaped at Ye Lingling in disbelief. Usually she wouldn't exchange more than a few words with any of them, let alone offer advice or concern. And here she just warned a newcomer about a deadly technique. At that moment, Yu Feng nearly dropped to his knees in shock. After all, apart from Yu Tianheng, who was already spoken for, both he and Osluo were still very much single. Yu Feng's hands tightened into fists as he watched the Shi brothers bumble about, clueless as ever when it came to love or honor. How could they stand there smiling, as if nothing mattered, while someone precious to him was being led away? He glanced at the blonde-haired youth striding confidently across the courtyard. Oslo, not Huang Mao, and then at the figure beside him. That black-haired fighter was Cheng Xiao. For a heart-stopping moment, Yufeng wondered if his mind was playing tricks on him. On the Grand Soul combat stage, Cheng Xiao and Du Guyan had already taken their places, two lone warriors facing each other under the arena's blazing lights. A hush fell over the crowd before it burst into cheers. Everyone knew Du Yan's fearsome reputation. This was no ordinary bout, but a high-stakes soul duel. All around, soul masters leaned forward, clutching their bets. Most of the gold soul coins lay on Du Guyan's name, eager for a quick fortune. Only a handful of daring few had placed even a single coin on Cheng Xiao, and their wagers were laughably small by comparison. From the commentator's booth, a familiar voice rang out. "Master Qin Ming, can you believe it? Cheng Xiao, a newcomer to the great soul fighting arena, has earned a one-on-one challenge with Yanzi himself, Du Guyan, armed only with his iron fighting soul badge." A collective gasp swept through the spectators. Never before had someone so fresh to the arena dared to square off against Du Guyan. The announcer's tone was equal parts incredulous and excited. Yufeng's heart pounded. He'd known Cheng Xiao only briefly, and yet here he was, standing toe-to-toe with a living legend. As the two combatants bowed to each other, the crowd fell silent, waiting for that first spark of soul energy. For Yufeng, every second stretched into an eternity. The fate of his treasure girl, the pride of the Shi brothers, and the outcome of countless gold soul coin wagers all hinged on what happened next. The air crackled with anticipation as Cheng Xiao raised his head, determination blazing in his dark eyes. The duel was about to begin. Yu Tianheng leaned against the massive crystal window, his eyes following the flickering lights of the soul-fighting stage below. Beside him, Teacher Qin Ming stood silently for a moment before Yu turned and met his gaze with a soft laugh. "So you set this up on purpose, didn't you?" Yu Tianheng asked. "That's a good guess," Qin Ming replied with a knowing smile, patting his student's shoulder. "At first, I planned to match you against Cheng Xiao. His soul power has already reached level 35. He'd have no trouble earning a silver fighting soul badge in this arena. But now that you're officially with the Imperial fighting team, you're in a league of your own. Most silver badge holders here are of middling talent. Cheng Xiao would win easily, but that wouldn't tell me anything new about you." He paused, thoughtfully tapping his chin. "Instead, I've chosen Du Guyanzi for your next opponent." "Shh." He's fiercely proud, and a crushing defeat at Cheng Xiao's hands would only bruise her spirit. "I want to see how you handle someone who matches you, not how you clean up against weaker challengers." Qin Ming settled onto the sofa beside him and fixed Yu Tianheng with a steady gaze. "Tianheng, you know what I mean." Yu Tianheng bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, Teacher Qin. I understand." A flicker of approval passed through Qin Ming's eyes. "Good. I want you to study Cheng Xiao's spirit abilities and combat strength closely. As captain of the Imperial fighting team, you must know every member's capabilities inside and out." "Of course, teacher." Yu Tianheng nodded, though his heart beat faster. His gaze drifted back to the two figures standing in the spirit arena, more precisely, to Cheng Xiao. Armed with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit, Cheng Xiao carried himself with undeniable arrogance and confidence. Now, however, he had to boost his spirit rank by 12 points, a daunting challenge. The weight of Cheng Xiao's presence pressed on Yu Tianheng more than he cared to admit. Chapter 62, The Great Wizard's Blessing. Tiandu City's soul fighting arena buzzed with anticipation. A sea of spectators filled the stands, their excitement rippling through the night air. In the center of the battlefield stood Cheng Xiao and Du Guyan, eyes locked, each waiting for the female host to signal the start of their match. Her voice rang out over the roar of the crowd. "Contestants, please prepare. Introducing first, the 12-year-old mixed master prodigy, Cheng Xiao, and across from him, the formidable soul cultivator, Du Guyan." She raised her microphone high. "Let the soul fighting begin." No sooner had she spoken than Cheng Xiao gave Du Guyan a respectful nod, then vanished in a flash. In the blink of an eye, a black streak rocketed from one end of the arena to the other. "Impossible, that speed," Du Guyan gasped, stumbling back to dodge the onslaught. She was well aware of the talent gap. At 12 years old, Cheng Xiao had already earned the title of Mixed Master. Still, her own soul power hovered at level 38, 3 levels above his 35. Unlike many pampered noble ladies, she'd trained in harsh conditions and prided herself on both skill and resolve. She had expected to control this match, but Cheng Xiao's lightning-fast assault shattered her confidence in an instant. How could someone so young move with such unbelievable speed? The answer to that question would decide the fate of this contest, and perhaps reveal the true extent of the great wizard's blessing upon the boy named Cheng Xiao. Duguyanzi's heart skipped a beat at Cheng Xiao's lightning-quick advance, but she refused to back down. With a swift gesture, she summoned her martial soul, the green phosphorus snake. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul ring glowed at her feet, proclaiming her as a 3-ring soul master. First soul skill, green phosphorus snake, protect, she cried. The lowest ring flared to life in a brilliant yellow glow. Instantly, a swirling veil of emerald poison mist cloaked her body, a jade-green scale imprinted itself upon her forehead, and an illusory serpent writhed in the air behind her. Before she could fully steady herself, Cheng Xiao had already closed the gap. His fist, wreathed in swirling black smoke, struck out with brutal force and no hint of restraint. Duguyanzi thrust her forearms up in defense, convinced for a moment that her poison barrier would deter him. Instead, the black aura on his fist seemed to absorb and nullify her toxic mist. For a flash of time, shock paralyzed her, but Cheng Xiao's blow came down like a crashing storm, and she had no choice but to brace for impact. Cheng Xiao's fists flew like thunder, each blow driving Duguyan deeper into her own poison trap, and yet she felt nothing but humiliation. This was the first time anyone had dared to challenge her venom directly. Usually, opponents paid a swift, grisly price, their bodies giving way to pus, and their lives snuffed out by the green phosphorus snake spirit she commanded. But Cheng Xiao was different. A plume of black smoke swirled around his arm, shielding him completely from her toxin's corrosive touch. Watching from the Soul Arena's resting gallery, Qin Ming's jaw dropped. He'd seen Duguyan's poison fell mighty fighters in an instant, but here Cheng Xiao stood, unmoved and unpoisoned, delivering blow after blow. Her venom isn't affecting him at all, Qin Ming murmured, brow furrowed. Could his martial spirit somehow neutralize toxins? Or is this black smoke a soul skill he invented on the spot? Back on stage, Duguyan gasped, her face paling. Each strike Cheng Xiao landed forced her spirit power to drain away at an alarming rate. Shock and fury burned in her eyes as she realized her greatest weapon, her lethal venom, had utterly failed her for the first time. When Duguyan's attention wavered, Cheng Xiao shifted his fist into an open palm in an instant. His palm flexed, then snapped forward with the force of a hidden sledgehammer. The impact landed squarely on Duguyan's chest. With a muffled crack, she flew backward 10 paces before, skidding to a halt, gasping in agony. Clutching her bruised ribs, Duguyan struggled for breath, every inhale feeling like shards of glass in her lungs. Yet Cheng Xiao remained perfectly still, his expression unreadable. Summoning her strength, she straightened up and demanded through gritted teeth, "You didn't release your soul ring. You didn't use a soul technique. What power was that?" Cheng Xiao lowered his arm, and a faint golden glow pulsed at the center of his palm. "No soul techniques," he replied coolly. "This is simply the ability inherent to my martial soul." He flashed a dismissive shrug. "Had I struck you with a closed fist aimed at your vital points, your internal organs would be in pieces right now." Duguyan's eyes widened in disbelief. The revelation hit her like a second blow. "Your martial soul can really do that?" she whispered, shock and fear intertwining in her voice. This battle had just taken an unexpected and dangerous turn. What kind of martial soul could both block the venom of a green phosphorus snake and dissolve its target's soul power? And if Duguyan were relying on such a soul to carry her through this fight, how on earth did she intend to stand a chance? Cheng Xiao studied her with a faint, mocking smile. So this would be a quick match after all. He was about to end it when Duguyan suddenly moved. Her third soul ring flared brilliantly, bathing her in an eerie, pale green light. "Third soul skill, green phosphorus purple poison," she cried. A thick, violet-tinged mist erupted from her lips and roiled toward him. At once, the silent soldiers, hidden in Cheng Xiao's shadow, tensed. They were the king's most loyal guardians. They would never allow even the threat of harm to touch him. Yet Cheng Xiao made no move to summon them. He simply watched the toxic cloud drift forward, his expression unreadable. "Are you insane?" he drawled softly, lips curving into a dismissive smirk as the purple haze crept closer. "If even a drop of my green phosphorus purple poison brushes against you, you'll liquefy from the inside out." Duguyan's warning cut through the air, sharp, urgent. Yet instead of recoiling, Cheng Xiao simply smiled and took a respectful bow. A collective gasp rose from the arena. Even the royal fighting team froze in shock. No one, least of all these hardened champions, had ever witnessed someone willingly approach a toxin reputed to dissolve flesh on contact. To every eye in that moment, Cheng Xiao wasn't brave. He was utterly mad. They remembered only too well the last Soul Master who tried this stunt. The poison had swiftly reduced him to a formless puddle, erasing him from existence. Surely, they thought, this stubborn youngster was courting the same grisly end. But Cheng Xiao stood his ground, calm and unflinching, as the venom's deadly reputation loomed between them. The acrid green mist curled around him, but just as everyone braced for his collapse, Cheng Xiao let out a single confident sneeze. He rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Senior Duguyan," he called, voice calm, "your snake venom doesn't seem to affect me at all." Duguyan's expression froze in horror. "Useless," he whispered, eyes wide. The green phosphorus snake's toxin was notorious for melting flesh, yet here stood Cheng Xiao, unharmed. A shocked murmur swept through the onlookers as their gazes locked onto him. How could anyone survive a direct dose of that poison? What the crowd didn't know was that the moment Cheng Xiao touched the venom, his innate passive skill, recovery, had evolved into a higher form, the great wizard's blessing. In addition to his original regenerative ability, he was now completely immune to diseases, poisons, and all other abnormal conditions, his restorative powers intensifying dramatically during sleep. Armed with this newfound gift, Cheng Xiao met Duguyan's deadliest toxin with nothing more than a playful grin, entirely confident that it could not harm him. Duguyan stared at Cheng Xiao across the arena, her initial shock giving way to disbelief. She'd never expected her opponent, its gentle smile, to remain utterly untouched by her deadliest weapon. The handful of royal fighting team members watching from the sidelines gasped along with her. Everyone knew the terrifying power of her green phosphorus snake venom. Even fighters several soul ranks above shied away from it. For once it entered your system, there was no cure. Not even her grandfather Dugu Bo could guarantee removing every trace. Instructor Qin Ming, watching from his seat, felt his heart pound as Duguyan unleashed her third soul art. Cheng Xiao had been sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself. Any harm to him would spell disaster. Yet there was no flinch, no sign of pain or discoloration snaking beneath Cheng Xiao's skin. Could he possess a soul art that granted complete immunity to toxins? A stunned hush fell over the arena. Duguyan's cheeks burned with embarrassment and anger as she lifted her chin defiantly, determined not to let her pride, and her reputation as the most feared venom user in the realm, be so easily shaken. Because activating her third soul skill had flushed her green eyes violet, Duguyan pressed her lips together and admitted, "I lost." With that, she turned on her heel and strode out of the fighting soul arena faster than anyone else who'd ever lost. Cheng Xiao watched her retreating figure for a moment, then shook his head and fell in step behind her. By the time Duguyan emerged from the Soul Master channel, Yu Tianheng was waiting. He greeted her with a few reassuring words and offered her his arm. "Come on," he said. "Let's take our revenge in the 2-on-2 match." They left the arena together, determined to blow off steam after the sting of a one-on-one defeat. Back in the lounge, Ye Lingling peered at Cheng Xiao with unmasked curiosity. She still couldn't figure out his martial soul. His body absorbed the green phosphorus snake's venom as if it were nothing, something even her own nine-heart begonia couldn't accomplish. But Cheng Xiao merely smiled and let her wonder. Before Ye Lingling could press him for answers, Qin Ming waved him over. "You two need to register for the 2-on-2 match tonight," he reminded them. Duty called yet again. After this battle at least, they could finally head back to their quarters and get some rest. Cheng Xiao reluctantly agreed to Qin Ming's request and led Ye Lingling over to the 2-on-2 spirit combat arena. As they approached the registration booth, the attendant looked them over and said, Entry for the 2-on-2 Spirit Duel is 10 gold coins per team. Chapter 63, The Underestimated Team. The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and if you want to compete, you'll need a team name for your 2-on-2 pairing, the official announced, collecting the coins from Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling. A team name? Cheng Xiao scratched his head and glanced at Ye Lingling. Team names were usually inspired by the martial spirits of the competitors, her Nine-Heart Begonia and his Shadow King, yet neither seemed to lend itself to a catchy title. Ye Lingling shrugged and met his eyes. Why don't you pick one? I'm terrible at this sort of thing. Cheng Xiao blinked in surprise, then thought for a moment. Okay, let's just use the first 2 words of our martial spirits. 9 Hearts of Shadow? Shadow of 9 Hearts? Ye Lingling frowned, sounding out the options. That doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. She paused, biting her lip as she tried to imagine the team logo. The official tapped his pen impatiently, waiting for their answer. Ye Lingling cleared her throat. Maybe we should rethink that. Cheng Xiao cleared his throat. How about naming us after your 9-hearted begonia? It's not exactly a grand title. Ye Lingling gave him a wry smile. Forget it. Let's go with Shadow Begonia. Cheng Xiao hesitated. But this is a 2-person soul fight, not a solo bout. Exactly, Ye Lingling replied, nodding. Shadow Begonia it is. A staff member stepped forward and handed Cheng Xiao a polished iron medal engraved with 2 crossed swords. Here's your 2-on-2 iron spirit medal. Please take your seats in the rest area or the viewing stands. We'll call your name when it's time for photos. Thank you. Cheng Xiao bowed slightly. He and Ye Lingling slipped away toward the lounge, settling in as they waited for their match to begin. Outside the towering gates of the Tiando Grand Spirit Arena, 2 ornate carriages rolled to a stop. 7 burly men, muscle-bound and imposing, stepped down, each footfall shaking the ground. Spectators craned their necks as the newcomers filed in. Look, someone whispered, they're from Elephant Academy. Another voice added in disbelief, I didn't expect Elephant Academy to show up again. As the rumor rippled through the crowd, Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling exchanged a knowing glance. Their opponents had arrived, and the real challenge was about to begin. The plaza before the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena buzzed with anticipation. From the tunnel gate, a phalanx of mountain-broad shoulders and rippling biceps emerged. Students of the Elephant Armored Academy. Their arms were so thick they looked more like tree trunks than human limbs. Whispers rippled through the crowd. With strength like that, they'll win tonight's team competition again. Mark my words. Heh, only an academy named Elephant Armored could bulk its students up that much. Are those even arms? They're thicker than my thighs. At the front of the formation strode a colossal youth whose every footstep sent tiny quakes through the stone floor. This was Hu Yanli, captain of the Elephant Armored Academy's team. His reputation preceded him. Grandson of Hu Yanjin, the legendary celestial elephant, and bearer of the diamond mammoth martial spirit, famed for its near-impenetrable defense. Pausing at the arena's threshold, Hu Yanli cast a steady glance over the assembled spectators. His voice, deep, measured, utterly confident, carried across the plaza. When we step into the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena tonight, make sure no one underestimates the Elephant Armored Academy. We'll show them what true strength looks like. A unified shout rose in response, echoing off the arena walls. Understood. Hu Yanli nodded once, a slight of satisfaction on his lips. All right, let's move out and claim our victory. With that, the Elephant Armored Academy team advanced into the arena, their heavy footsteps heralding the coming storm. A line of colossal figures, each well over 2 meters tall and weighing in at nearly 400 kilograms, strode toward the register, Asian tent with heavy footsteps. Their sheer size made the ground tremble as they passed. Meanwhile, the 2-on-2 spirit match had dragged on far longer than anyone had anticipated. By the time the announcer finally called out for the Shadow Begonia pairing, the rest of the Imperial fighting team had already completed their bouts. Only Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling remained to fight. As they made their way toward the Soul Master's entry gate, Qin Ming slipped an arm around Cheng Xiao's and leaned close, his voice barely above a whisper. Cheng Xiao, I saw your matchup. You're up against the Xiang Academy pair. We need to make sure Ye Lingling stays safe on the soul fighting stage. Cheng Xiao understood immediately. Elephant Academy is known for ruthless tactics. If they realized Lingling's gift was only basic regeneration, they'd single her out first. He cast a quick glance at Ye Lingling, walking ahead, her slender figure moving down the corridor. Nodding once, he murmured, "Got it." The three of them picked up their pace. By the time Cheng Xiao and Qin Ming fell into step beside Ye Lingling, they were already entering the Soul Master's passage and the spotlight of the tournament. Cheng Xiao scanned the arena's stands, now nearly full. Compared to single duels, these team battles always drew a bigger crowd, and with good reason. The 2-on-2 soul fighting platform had been expanded to give each pair of combatants plenty of room to showcase their abilities. A hush fell as the host's voice rang out over the speakers. Welcome to the 12th match in Division 11's 2-on-2 soul battle. The Shadow Begonia duo versus the Copper Wall and Iron Wall team. Let's invite both pairs to the stage. One by one, two towering figures strode forward from the Elephant Armor Academy. Hu Yanli and Hu Yanshan, nicknamed Copper Wall and Iron Wall, served as captains of their school's elite squad. Each man stood well over 2.5 meters tall and weighed more than 400 jin, their muscled frames radiating raw strength. Next came Cheng Xiao, a full head shorter at just under 1.8 meters, and beside him, Ye Lingling. Cheng Xiao felt dwarfed by his opponents, but he had faith in his speed and skill. Ye Lingling, meanwhile, received little attention. As a support-class soul master specializing solely in healing, she rarely drew envy from an audience eager for flashy offensive techniques. Yet Cheng Xiao knew better than to underestimate her. As the referee raised his flag, the battle was about to begin. Elephant Armor Academy sat just outside Tiando City. When Hu Yanli and Hu Yanshan entered the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena, they immediately recognized the Imperial Fighting Team in action, and, more importantly, Ye Lingling herself. As the team's lone auxiliary soul master, Ye Lingling's Jushinhaing Wuhun spirit boasted formidable healing powers. Of course, soul duels were not life-and-death struggles. No one expected or wanted to kill an auxiliary soul master. Starting a feud with the royal fighting team would bring far more trouble than it was worth. So the Hu brothers set their sights on an easier target, the seemingly frail boy standing across the ring. Defeat him swiftly, and the victory would naturally belong to their celebrated Iron Wall combination. What they didn't know was that this boy, despite his unassuming appearance, harbored astonishing strength. After all, judging someone by looks alone is like a blind man touching an elephant. You might brush against its fur, but you'll never grasp its true form. When the two teams stepped onto the court, the referee and announcer raised their hands in unison. In the fighting spirit arena, it's a strict rule that before the match begins, both sides salute, an outward token of respect that transcends rivalry. Of course, respect isn't always mutual. Sometimes one team bows only to find their gesture ignored, and in that moment the balance of power on the field becomes painfully clear. On one side stood Cheng Xiao and Hu Yanli, on the other, Ye Lingling and Hu Yanshan. Oh, the untrained eye, it was impossible to say which pair held the advantage. But the spectators needed no second guesses. Shouts and bets flew through the stands. "I'm backing the Iron Wall duo. Look at those two. Unstoppable. You've got it. Iron Wall all the way. Our money's on you. Don't let us down. Call it now. Iron Wall wins this, no question." The cheers swelled, the bets were placed, and the arena held its breath as the two teams squared off, each waiting for the referee's whistle that would set their spirits and their rivalry free. Chapter 64. Shock! One punch! The roar of the crowd reverberated through the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena. In the 11th viewing section of the Double Soul Arena, spectators were on their feet, baying for the Copper Wall, Iron Wall duo to crush the Shadow Begonia pair. Every cheer, save a few muted voices from the Royal Fighting Team, hailed the Ajax-like combination of indomitable defense and relentless offense. Master Qin Ming, Yufeng called anxiously, leaning over the railing, voice cracking over the din. "Why don't you tell Cheng Xiao and the others to concede now? He's outnumbered, facing two opponents all by himself." Oslo nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master Qin Ming. If this goes on, never mind whether Ye Lingling might get hurt. It's already unfair that Cheng Xiao is taking on two soul masters solo." The two students' unease was understandable. Cheng Xiao's sudden appearance in the arena had felt like a royal decree, an end run around the usual ranking trials, backed by none other than the Crown Prince himself. It had bred resentment among those who'd trained under the traditional system. Yet memories of Cheng Xiao's last bout, his grueling duel against Douluo Yan, still lingered. Luck or not, his martial soul had displayed an uncanny immunity to poisons, a rare gift in the soul-fighting world. Master Qin Ming, calm as ever, surveyed the arena. He could feel Cheng Xiao's resolve, the steady pulse of determination cutting through the chaos. Around him, the audience's shouts swelled once more, urging the Copper Wall Iron Wall team to land the decisive blow. After a moment's pause, Qin Ming raised a hand. "Let them fight," he said quietly. "Cheng Xiao will prove himself, or fall on his own merits." With that, the next round of combat began, the spotlight fixed on the lone young soul master who dared to stand against two elite opponents, undaunted, unbowed, and determined to show the arena the true measure of his power. The fact that he defeated Douluo Yan, a seasoned level 38 fighter, already spoke volumes about Cheng Xiao's strength. As the royal fighting team gathered before the next match, Yufeng and Oslo couldn't hide their concern, whispering back and forth. "Quiet, both of you," Yu Tianheng snapped, lightning flashing in his eyes as an unmistakable authority settled over the group. "We've only known Cheng Xiao for less than a day, but the power he's shown makes it clear he won't go down easily. Win or lose, he's one of us now." He allowed the weight of his words to sink in, then continued in a firmer tone. "Right now, our top priority is keeping Ye Lingling safe. She's our only support specialist. If she's unharmed, Cheng Xiao has every chance." Yu Tianheng's statement struck a chord in everyone present. Even Instructor Qin Ming couldn't help but offer an approving thumbs up. This was precisely the unwavering leadership a team captain should provide. Chapter X. On the double combat stage. The announcer's voice echoed through the arena. First challenger, Cheng Xiao, level 35 offensive combat soul master. Second challenger, Ye Lingling, level 35 support weapon soul master. In the world of Douluo Continent, formally stating your name and level before a duel was a mark of courtesy toward your opponent. Cheng Xiao raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected this formality, but she shrugged it off. After all, even in gaming circles, people enjoy calling out flashy names. 4 twos, King Bomb. From the opposing corner, Captain Hu Yanli sneered. "Cheng Xiao? Ha! I don't care what kind of name that is. A mere support soul master. Too easy. This victory will go to the Tongcheng TB duo." Her hulking teammate, Hu Yanshan, leaned in, puzzled. "Captain, we haven't announced ourselves yet. Isn't that a bit rude?" Hu Yanli rolled her eyes. "Why waste time with etiquette?" She straightened, loud enough for everyone to hear. "Hu Yanli, level 39 defensive combat soul master." Her declaration drew a hum of interest from the crowd. Cheng Xiao's lips curved in a faint, confident smile. "Defensive all master, huh? Let's see how solid that defense really is." With both teams formally introduced, the stage was set. The crowd held its breath as the two pairs squared off, weapons and soul rings at the ready. Here, on the double combat stage, respect had been paid, and the real battle was about to begin. Cheng Xiao leaned in and murmured to Ye Lingling, "When the fight starts, keep your distance. They may talk tough now, but you never know what'll really happen once they clash." Ye Lingling's face remained perfectly still, calm and unreadable. She gave a slight nod. "Hu Yanshan is a level 36 defensive soul master," she said softly. The two brothers on the other side of the arena stood at attention. Hu Yanli's burly older brother, Hu Yanshan, offered a respectful nod, and then the ringmaster's voice thundered out. "Soul fight, begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than 3 soul rings, 2 glowing amber and 1 deep violet, floated up from Hu Yanli's spirit. A deafening roar rolled across the arena as his already massive frame ballooned further. Loose fat rippled and hardened into exaggerated, fearsome muscles. A dark yellow carapace spread over his skin, catching the sunlight in a harsh metallic glint. His features shifted too. His nose lengthened and stretched forward, giving him an almost bestial appearance. Across from him, Ye Lingling and Cheng Xiao exchanged a brief glance, then silently prepared themselves for the brutal dance that was about to unfold. At that moment, both men's upper lips curled back, their fangs extending another foot in a grotesque display of menace. With a simultaneous stomp of their right feet, they crashed onto the soul-fighting stage. The thunderous impact drew gasps from the crowd and fixed everyone's attention squarely on Cheng Xiao. "Huyanshan, take him down!" Huyanli barked, his eyes flicking to Ye Lingling standing helplessly behind Cheng Xiao. "I'll deal with the support Soul Master." "At once, Captain," Huyanshan roared. As he completed possession of his martial soul, the yellow soul ring beneath his feet flared brightly. First soul skill, Wild Collision. Huyanshan's heavy foot pounded the ground, and he launched himself like a living cannonball. Despite his enormous, hulking form, the soul skill granted him explosive speed. Claws outstretched, fangs bared, he hurtled toward Cheng Xiao's chest. In that split second, Cheng Xiao faced a brutal choice. Intercept Huyanshan's deadly charge and risk exposing Ye Lingling to Huyanli's attack, or sacrifice himself to protect his companion. For no sooner had Huyanshan committed to his strike than Huyanli unleashed his own assault, ready to claim the support Soul Master for himself. Huyanli didn't even bother activating his soul abilities. After all, they were up against an auxiliary Soul Master whose only skill was healing. There was no need to waste power on him. As for Cheng Xiao, standing calmly at his side, Huyanli was certain he could handle Huyanshan's next move with ease. Huyanshan charged with terrifying speed, roaring like an enraged beast. But Cheng Xiao didn't flinch or dodge. Instead, a deep purple light stirred in the depths of his eyes. In that instant, Huyanshan's confidence wavered. Panic and anger flashed across his face, and he instinctively tried to pull back, only to lock gazes with Cheng Xiao's pupils, now glowing with an otherworldly violet fire. Before Huyanshan could react, a fist wreathed in black smoke slammed into his jaw. His massive, 400-pound frame flew through the air as if it were weightless. With a thunderous crash, he slammed onto the soul competition stage so hard that the ground shuddered, dust billowed, and the platform's surface caved ever so slightly under his bulk. The spectators in the stands froze, jaws agape. No one could believe their eyes. What had they just witnessed? Xiangjia Academy, renowned for producing soul masters whose defensive prowess was said to be unmatched, had just suffered a breathtaking upset. The courtyard fell silent as everyone struggled to process what they'd witnessed. How is this even possible? Huyanli panted, staring at the motionless form of Huyanshan. A single, seemingly casual strike had sent Xiangjia's star defender crashing to the ground. Huyanshan wasn't just any student. His spirit rank was one full tier above his opponents, and he wielded the legendary Diamond Mammoth defensive spirit. Yet the youth before him, Cheng Xiao, appeared so slight, so delicate. How could a mere human deal such a crushing blow? Huyanli's eyes narrowed as he studied Cheng Xiao, inscrutable behind their calm facade. What hidden strength lay coiled beneath that slender frame? Even Ye Lingling, who rarely showed emotion, felt her pulse quicken. She had never seen anyone drop a Xiangjia Academy prodigy with bare hands, least of all when the victim's spirit power outclassed the attackers by an entire level. Not even Yu Tianheng of the Royal Fighting Team had achieved so decisive a victory in a single strike. The echoes of that punch still hung heavy in the air, leaving everyone to wonder, who was this Cheng Xiao, and what other secrets did he conceal? Chapter 65, The Opponent You Can't Defeat. Next up, you're mine, Cheng Xiao announced, his eyes flicking from the fallen Huyanshan to Huyanli, whose face went pale. Moments ago, he had met Huyanshan head-on, unleashed his lethal strike on the vital point, and instantly halved his opponent's physical attributes. Huyanshan's vaunted defense and strength proved no match. He'd been knocked out before the real match even began. Now all focus turned to Huyanli. His breathing grew heavy as his muscles swelled, and the 3 soul rings beneath his feet spun and glowed with mounting intensity. "Lingling, stay sharp," Cheng Xiao murmured as he darted in front of Ye Lingling, warning her of the incoming assault. Ye Lingling nodded and summoned her 9-heart begonia martial spirit, ready to administer healing at the first sign of injury. But just then, Huyanli's 3rd soul ring flared in brilliant light. An invisible, crushing pressure radiated from him, warping the air around his feet. "3rd soul skill, crumble," Huyanli roared. In an instant, Cheng Xiao felt his limbs snap rigid as the soul skill's force locked him in place. Silence fell over the arena as everyone watched, breath held, to see if he could break free. He felt as though his legs had turned to stone, refusing to obey his will. Seizing the moment, Hu Yanli unleashed his third soul skill and leapt straight at Cheng Xiao without a hint of hesitation. "Boy, you're about to lose." Hu Yanli's eyes blazed with triumph. His signature move, crushing, was a relentless locking technique. Once activated, an opponent's feet become paralyzed, able only to brace for impact. As a millennium-old soul skill, its power lay in the sheer weight and momentum of Hu Yanli's massive form, amplified by every ounce of his soul strength. No matter how skilled a soul master might be in combat, if they couldn't move, they stood little chance of surviving the onslaught. "Cheng Xiao, watch out!" Ye Lingling cried, her heart pounding in alarm. Hu Yanli bore down like an avalanche, but Cheng Xiao only smiled. With a subtle shift of his weight, tendrils of black smoke coiled around his feet, swirling outward to meet the incoming assault. In an instant, without warning, a shadow soldier, a three-eyed demon ape, materialized before Cheng Xiao and intercepted Hu Yanli's strike. The beast's fur was as black as ink, its body sheathed in gleaming obsidian armor. With a single, effortless motion, it hoisted Hu Yanli into the air. "How is this possible?" Hu Yanli gasped, eyes wide with shock. From the very beginning, Cheng Xiao had never revealed a soul skill. He'd been sure this battle was his to win. Now, suspended by the ape's massive hand, he felt foolish and outmatched. Cheng Xiao met him with a cool, confident smile. "It seems your strength and weight aren't quite enough to overcome the shadow of an ape soul beast." He raised his voice so everyone in the Tiando Great Soul Fighting Arena could hear. "I almost forgot to mention, my soul skill lets me summon the shadows of various soul beasts. The one you see before you now is called the Three-Eyed Demon Ape. With its power, defeating you will be child's play. So tell me, shall we continue?" He bellowed the lie on purpose, hoping to mislead everyone into thinking the shadow soldiers were merely a soul skill, and not the true power of his martial soul. If anyone realized he could reanimate the dead to fight for him, the consequences would be disastrous. A hush fell over the audience, punctuated only by astonished murmurs. Summoning the shadow of a soul beast? What kind of martial soul harbored such a bizarre talent? Could any spirit master genuinely control an ability like that? Fear coursed through Hu Yanli's veins. Ape-type soul beasts ranked among the most formidable creatures in existence, prime targets even for the Xiangzhe sect's finest hunters seeking powerful soul rings. He knew all too well the devastation a three-eyed demon ape could unleash. Now, hoisted helplessly in its massive claws, he found himself utterly at its mercy. Any struggle would only draw a deadly pincer attack from Cheng Xiao and the looming black shadow soul beast. Trapped between two merciless foes, Hu Yanli realized that escape was all but impossible. Facing Cheng Xiao alone was already an uphill battle, and with the three-eyed demon ape by his side, Hu Yanli stood no chance. If anyone was to blame, it was Hu Yanshan for being knocked out too soon. Hu Yanli's original plan had been to subdue the defenseless Ye Lingling. "We're beaten," he admitted, voice heavy with reluctance. "I yield." Not a fool by nature, Hu Yanli had nonetheless been rattled by Hu Yanshan's swift defeat. Satisfied by the concession, Cheng Xiao relaxed. He snapped his fingers, and the shadow demon ape dissolved into black smoke, vanishing from the arena as it merged back into Cheng Xiao's own shadow. In that instant, the invisible force that held Hu Yanli aloft released him. He lost his balance and crashed onto the stage floor with a thunderous crack, leaving a human-shaped crater where he'd fallen. The fight finally ended, and Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling exchanged a brief nod before stepping out of the arena as the announcer's booming voice declared the match over. Even from outside, the echoes of mock despair like ghosts wailing and wolves howling drifted up from the crowd. Tonight, countless bettors had seen all their hopes dashed. Some might have even lost more than just their savings. Waiting just beyond the gates were the rest of the royal fighting team, having already witnessed each bout's soul skill showdowns. No one had anticipated such a spectacle, especially Hu Yanli's third soul technique, ending with her being hauled skyward by a three-eyed demon ape. The image alone had left them roaring with laughter. Once everyone was assembled, they quickly reviewed the day's results. Proud smiles spread across their faces. Apart from Du Guyan's loss to Cheng Xiao, every team member had claimed victory in their spirit duels. It was, by all accounts, a triumph for the royal fighting team. Qin Ming stepped forward, his eyes bright with approval. All right, that's enough for tonight. Get some rest. Classes start early tomorrow. With that, the team dispersed, spirits high after an unforgettable evening in the Tiando fighting arena. Victory didn't just go to whoever wielded the fiercest fighting spirit. It also bound the royal fighting team together more tightly than ever. Under Qin Ming's leadership, they filed out of the Tiando Grand Arena in high spirits. Just as Cheng Xiao stepped into the open, he felt it, a pair of eyes boring into him, unwavering and cold. His heart skipped, and he slowed his pace, sweeping the arena grounds for the hidden observer. But the moment he focused on one spot, the gaze vanished without a trace, leaving only the eerie impression that he'd been watched. "Hey, you all right?" Yilingling's voice drifted from just behind him. Since unlocking her second fighting spirit, her senses had sharpened. She noticed the slightest change in Cheng Xiao's expression, something she'd have missed before. "Yeah, I'm fine." He forced a smile and shook his head. He didn't mention the vanished stare, but inwardly he vowed to stay on guard. Whoever had been spying on him was still out there, and Cheng Xiao wasn't about to let them slip away unnoticed. In the shadowed recess of the Tiando Grand Seoul Arena, as the royal fighting team filed out, a small jade-green snake lay coiled against the wall, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Its master, a slim figure draped in a flowing green robe, watched their departure with sullen, unblinking eyes. Back at Tiando Royal Academy, the team dispersed for a hot shower, each member eager to wash away the grime of 2 grueling soul combats. By the time they reconvened in the dining hall, the long tables were piled high with steaming dishes, and laughter rang out as everyone devoured plate after plate. Only once the last serving bowl had been cleared did Qin Ming lean forward across the table, letting his gaze rest on Cheng Xiao. He smiled broadly. "You really surprised us today," he said. "With strength like yours, I won't be shocked if you earn your Silver Soul badge very soon." Cheng Xiao shrugged, a modest grin playing at his lips. "I was just fortunate." Qin Ming shook his head, still smiling. "Humility is admirable, but don't hide your light under a bushel, all right? Keep training hard. In 3 months, we'll set out from Tiandao City and head to Soto City. There's no point in you fighting the same battles here over and over." "I'll follow your lead, Teacher Qin," Cheng Xiao replied, meeting his mentor's eyes with respectful confidence. Chapter 66, Tong San's success today owes everything to this master. The dean's office of Shrek Academy was hushed, lit by the soft glow of afternoon sunlight filtering through tall windows. Seated behind the wide mahogany desk were 2 middle-aged men, both veterans of countless trials. The first was Yu Xiaogong, known across the academy as the Corner of Wisdom. He was solidly built, with a forward-jutting chin and high cheekbones that lent his otherwise flat face a shrewd, almost calculating look. A slightly hooked nose and a pair of black-rimmed, crystal-lensed glasses completed his air of seasoned cunning. Opposite him sat Flanders, the corner of flight. His head was slightly undersized for his body, his features ordinary to the point of forgettability. A thick stubble covered his jaw, making him look perpetually weary, as if life's wind and rain had already begun to erode him. Flanders leaned back in his chair with a long sigh. "Xiao Gang," he said, voice low and rumbling, "if it weren't for Tong San here, I doubt you, a master of theory, would ever have set foot in this office." Yu Xiaogong snapped his glasses upward, eyes flashing with irritation. "Count yourself lucky nothing disastrous occurred while the mistress was off in the Stardew Forest," he retorted sharply. A moment's silence fell between them, broken only by the distant hum of activity in the academy's corridors. Outside those walls, Tang San's formidable talents were already reshaping the future. But here, in the dean's office, the golden iron triangle weighed every risk and reward with equal care. "From now on, whenever Tang San goes out to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, one of you must accompany him in person," Master Flanders said, his voice stern. "If anything happens again, we won't be able to explain it away." Flanders waved his hands in a placating gesture. All right. This really was a fluke. Who could have predicted we'd run into the murderous man-faced demon spider? Thanks to Zhao Wuji, though, Tang San not only claimed its soul ring, but also recovered that extraordinarily rare external soul bone. The master's jaw tightened as he let out a cold snort. Humph, you're taking far too many risks. What if Zhao Wuji had slipped up and the spider had preyed on our students? You're their instructors. Why didn't any of you stop Tang San from absorbing that soul ring in the first place? It's all well and good if he succeeds, Flanders said with a strange, almost manic laugh. But what if he doesn't? Oh, Xiaogong, he continued, shaking his head. Why do you cling to such tiny worries? That boy Tang San already absorbed it without a hitch. If he hadn't taken in the human-faced demon spider's soul ring, do you really think he'd have been able to acquire an ultra-rare external soul bone? You've completely missed my point, Flanders. The master's face darkened. Listen carefully. If anything happens to Tang San, neither you nor I will be able to bear the consequences. Flanders threw up his hands in exasperation. He knew exactly who was backing Tang San, and as far as he was concerned, the plan had gone off without a hitch. Why was the master so hung up on this one small detail? Realizing he'd spoken too bluntly, the master cleared his throat and softened his tone. Look, I know this isn't your fault, but as Tang San's teacher, I have to remind you, if Xiao-san hadn't been here to guide him, I never would have stuck around in the first place. Settled. All right, you can stay. Flanders knew Yu Xiaogong's hot temper well and laughed. It's good to have the brothers reunited, though it's a shame she's not here. The mention of her name made the master's face tighten with anger. Flanders, how many times must I tell you? Don't bring her up in front of me. Haven't you learned your lesson? Okay. Flans quickly backpedaled, raising his hands in peace. Turning to Yu Xiaogong, he added, but regardless, congratulations are in order. You've taken on an extraordinary disciple, a twin martial soul cultivator whose J-ust shattered the third soul ring barrier. And on top of that, he possesses soul bones. That's the mark of undeniable genius. I'm more than a little envious. Flanders, spare me the flattery, the master said flatly. All of these breakthroughs are Xiao-san's doing alone. As his teacher, I've only provided the bare essentials. In soul cultivation, one ultimately depends on oneself. Leaning back in his chair, the master lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, the steam curling around the rim as he considered the quiet triumph of his student. Yu Xiaogong's face remained impassive, but inwardly he was swelling with pride. Only a disciple like Tang San merited his guidance, and only a genius of twin martial spirits could redeem his past humiliation. In time, when Tang San ascends to the rank of titled Douluo and his fame spreads across the continent, Yu Xiaogong will finally stand vindicated. Then who would dare insult his master's name? Ha, Xiaogong, you really haven't changed a bit, Flanders said with a wry smile, stroking his chin. Don't get me wrong, Tang San is a natural talent, but how far would he have come without your martial theory teachings? Do you honestly believe a so-called worthless martial soul like Lan Yingqiao could have broken through to level 30 on his own? Without your guidance, Tang San wouldn't be half the warrior he is today. Yu Xiaogong offered only a silent, sideways glance. I know you hate empty flattery, Flanders went on, and you couldn't care less about what others say. But I do. You're my brother, and I want you to know, without you, there would be no Tang San. Flanders' compliments were no accident. He was desperate to persuade his master to delay his departure. After all, Yu Xiaogong's visits were always too brief. The whole scheme was designed to lure Master to Lamba Academy so that, in time, he could meet Longmai. That way, Longmai's lovesick agony would be greatly eased, and as long as he got to see them both happy, he'd be happy himself. Flanders, if you insist, I won't feign modesty, Master said with a proud curl of his lips. Tang San's talent is indeed remarkable, first in his class of cultivators, with the blue silvergrass martial spirit. But let's be honest, without my instruction in martial theory and my guidance on selecting his soul rings, he wouldn't be anywhere near the level he's reached today. He paused, letting the claim sink in. Under my tutelage, Tang San's blue-silver grass has developed both entangling and parasitic abilities, a flawless match for a control-type soul master. Flanders laughed. No wonder Tang San's control is so perfect. It seems he's been shaped by a legendary teacher like you. Of course, Master replied calmly. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Flanders asked, By the way, have you ever gone home in all these years? Master's expression darkened. Home? He snorted. I have no home anymore. Ever since I was cast out of my family, I've had nowhere to call home. Flanders gave a helpless shrug. Xiaogong, that's where you were born. No matter how they feel about you, you should go back and see them. Your father misses you more than you know. All right, enough. Xiaogang interrupted, a flicker of impatience lining his stern features. When I do go back, it won't be like this. Not until I've proven myself and shown them they had no right to laugh at me. Flanders forced a smile. I can tell you've placed all your hopes on Tang San. I truly hope you succeed. Xiaogang nodded. Thank you. Speaking of which, how are your students doing this year? Overall, they're progressing nicely. Including Tang San, I have 6 apprentices now, each on a distinct path. The Power Assault Stream, the Agility Assault Stream, the Sustenance or Food System, and the Control Stream. Soul Masters of the Sustenance System are still quite rare, so that branch has drawn a lot of interest. He's brimming with innate soul power, and his auxiliary Soul Master hails from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Flanders explained, pausing effect. But here's the catch. It turns out she's the daughter of the sect leader himself. The master's eyebrows shot up. The leader's daughter? So Ning Fengji actually assigned his own child to you? Flanders sighed deeply. Don't ask. Ever since she arrived, she's butted heads with classmates and even questioned my instruction. If it weren't for Ning Fengji's personal letter begging me to keep her here, I would have expelled her from Shrek Academy long ago. I still can't fathom his reasoning, Flanders continued. His daughter loathes our school. Wouldn't it be easier to just let her withdraw? The master chuckled, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Flanders, perhaps your approach needs refinement, but now that I'm here, I'm confident I can tame her. She may carry a princess's title, but I'll bring her back down to earth. Flanders blinked in surprise. Oh? Xiaogang, you're awfully confident, Flanders said with a curious smile, leaning back in his chair. He eyed the master across from him, intrigued by the certainty in his expression. Why wouldn't I be? Xiaogang replied calmly. Maybe it's your teaching methods that drove her away. Ningrongrong loathes this place for a reason. A soul supporter whose martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, let alone one of the elder's finest protégés from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, should be queued up for recruitment. Once she agrees to help our students, our academy's combat strength will skyrocket. Flanders nodded thoughtfully. You make a good point. With her at our side, we dominate any future battles. A moment of silence passed before Xiaogang shifted his focus. By the way, you also promised that if I stayed, you'd hand over control of the academy to me. Is that still on the table? Absolutely, Flanders said, his tone warm but practical. You'll have free rein. Just give me a heads up before you make any major decisions. I like to know what's coming. You'll also be able to draw on our faculty's support. It'll take a bit of restructuring, of course, but we can manage. His grin faded as he added, one thing, though, our finances are in rough shape. The provincial authorities are tightening their belts, and the academy's budget is shrinking fast. You'll need to tell me where we can find funding. Xiaogang raised an eyebrow and let out a short laugh. Flanders, you really are a profiteer at heart. Flanders chuckled in return. Someone's got to balance the books. Now, let's figure out how to bring Ningrongrong here and secure the funds to keep this place running. Master Ji watched the newcomers treading across Shrek Academy's courtyard and let out a soft sigh. All these students have come here to learn the spirit arts. Dean Flanders, don't you know there must be a way to boost your income? Dean Flanders paused, his brow furrowing. Boost my income? If I knew how, I'd be doing it already. You know me. I'd never stoop to taking handouts. You're being ridiculous. Master Ji shook his head in mild exasperation. Look at me. My soul power hasn't even cracked level 30, yet every month I get a Spirit Master stipend from Wuhun Hall. I hated depending on it at first, but you can't deny how much it helps. He inclined his head toward the sprawling academy buildings. Those subsidies come straight from Wuhun Hall, coordinated with both empires. If you don't apply, you don't get a single coin. Flanders let out a resigned chuckle, then clapped Master Ji on the shoulder. All right. Come on. I'll introduce you to our new students. But I should warn you, the girl named Xiao Wu, you asked after her. She didn't enroll here. Tang San arrived alone. Master Ji froze in his tracks. What do you mean she didn't come? His voice dropped to a whisper, heart pounding as he stared at Flanders, searching for any hint of a joke. Could you please provide the full chapter text you'd like me to revise? Once I have the complete passage, I'll rewrite it into smooth, idiomatic English while preserving all the plot points, characters, and details. Chapter 67. Xiao-san, your father has his limits. Flanders noticed the master's sudden pause and tilted his head. Is there something special about the student named Xiao Wu? The master scrambled for words. No, nothing at all, he stammered, waving his hand as though shooing away the question. In truth, he had no idea what made Xiao Wu so noteworthy. He was merely following Tang Hao's direct orders. Still, a flicker of excitement ignited in him. Let's go. Weren't you planning to show me your students? Though puzzled by the master's eagerness, Flanders simply nodded. If the master wanted to stick around, it was better not to pry. A moment later, the bell at Shrek Academy chimed, and Flanders raised his voice, summoning every teacher and student to the central courtyard. Perhaps it was the master's arrival that lent the day such electric energy. Along with Principal Flanders and Vice Principal Zhao Wuji, several other instructors streamed in, ready to greet their guest and display the academy at its best. The lecture hall was buzzing more than usual. Under normal circumstances, aside from Zhao Wuji and Flanders, the other teachers hardly ever made an appearance during class. But today, every instructor was here, and you could feel the energy crackling in the air. All right, now that everyone's assembled, I have a few announcements, Flanders said, stepping forward in front of the 6 new students. His tone was serious as he swept a hand toward the back of the room, where a line of instructors stood waiting. First, let me introduce our academy's faculty. He gestured to the tall man holding a long staff behind him. This is Master Li Yusong. His martial soul is the dragon-patterned staff, and he's a level 63 Battle Soul Emperor specialized in strong attack techniques. Next, Flanders pointed to a silver-haired gentleman with a calm demeanor. This is Master Lu Qibin. His martial soul is the Star Chess Set, an extraordinary weapon, and he's a level 66 Battle Soul Emperor with a focus on control-type abilities. Finally, Flanders nodded toward a cheerful chef-clad instructor pushing a cart of confections into view. And this is Master Xiao Xin, our resident food system soul master. His martial soul is the Sugar Bean, and he's attained the rank of level 71 food system soul saint. He paused, letting the significance of each title sink in. For these students, today's introductions were more than just names and numbers. They were the first glimpse of the formidable powers they would one day strive to match. Among all the food spirit masters I've met, Teacher Xiao Xin easily ranks in the top 5. With that, Flanders turned his attention to the last instructor, a stern-faced man standing with his hands clasped behind his back. This time, he adopted a different tone. And this gentleman will be your martial arts instructor. His name is Yu Xiaogang. He's been my sworn brother for many years. You may not recognize the name yet, but he's the author of the famed Top 10 Competitive Forces of Martial Spirits. In our Soul Master circles, he's universally acknowledged as the master of martial theory. Incidentally, he's also Tang San's teacher. At the title Master of Martial Theory, the students fell silent, all eyes snapping to Yu Xiaogang. Even the stern-faced master beside him shifted uncomfortably under their scrutiny. Master, Ning Rongrong murmured, frowning as she studied him. Why does that name sound so familiar? She recognized the title, Master, but couldn't quite place where she'd heard it before. Flanders smiled as he addressed the group. From today on, Master Xiaogang will be your sole instructor. You must give him your full cooperation. On this trip to the Stardow Great Forest, 3 of your comrades have already advanced to the Soul Master realm. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Juju Qing. You 3 haven't broken level 30 yet, so you'll need to push yourselves harder. He glanced over at Xiaogang. Anything you'd like to add? Xiaogang cleared his throat. His expression was as rigid as stone as he surveyed the 6 students. I've reviewed your records, he said evenly. From now on, you'll receive specialized instruction from me. I expect absolute obedience, no objections. To begin, run from the academy to Soto City and back for 10 rounds. You must finish before dinner. If you don't, you won't eat. He paused, his gaze cold. and no using soul power during the run. After all, aren't you supposed to be monsters? Since you're monsters, you'll need monster-style training. Now, run! At the master's command, Tang Sen dashed off without hesitation, as decisive in his heart as if Tang Hao himself had ordered it. The other 5 students gaped in surprise for a moment, but with Tang Sen already gone, they had no choice but to scramble after him. Just as they were about to clear the courtyard gate, Ning Rongrong paused. She cast a long, lingering look at the master, then wordlessly fell in step behind Juju King, trailing the others as they vanished down the path. The master allowed himself a faint smile as he watched the group's figures recede into the distance. Flanders, standing at his side, returned the smile. "It seems they've accepted your challenge," he observed. The master's tone remained calm. "No need for flattery, Flanders. Soon enough, my special training will convince them completely." Flanders nodded thoughtfully. "I'm sure you're right. Still, I didn't expect Ning Rongrong to hold her tongue. You know how she arrived, practically a pampered little princess." A steely gleam entered the master's eyes. "Don't worry about her. With Oscar's food-type, full-soul innate talent, she'll adapt fast enough. If the 7 Treasures Glazed sect isn't utterly blind, they'll surely win Oscar over. So why would he choose to join them?" Flanders' eyes flicked between Yu Xiaogang and the master. His voice hushed. "Xiaogang, are you saying?" The master waved a hand, cutting him off. "Enough. We both know why. Securing the backing of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect is exactly what we need. Besides, Xiaogang's already got Ning Fengji's handwritten letter of recommendation. With that, our invitation will be welcomed." Flanders stared in disbelief. He'd known Yu Xiaogang to be bold, but this? He truly meant to bring down the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus clan once and for all, making those who'd scorned him realize that Xiaogang was not a man to be underestimated. A wry smile tugged at Flanders' lips. His friend was stubborn as ever, but as Xiaogang's sworn brother, he would stand by him to the end. Star Forest stretched out in all directions, towering trees, a thick, emerald canopy, and the scent of living wood on every breeze. At its heart lay a crystalline lake nearly 100 meters across, its surface so smooth it seemed like polished glass. This secluded haven saw few human visitors, and the forest's ancient guardians watched in silence as light danced upon that hidden mirror of water. At the very heart of the Xingdou Great Forest, where the mightiest soul beasts roamed, lay a place strictly off-limits to all but the strongest. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu had made her way here, and now sat quietly by the pond's edge. She curled her arms around her knees, gazing across the still water with a distant, unfocused look. What thoughts ran through her mind, even she couldn't say. Behind her lay Ming, the Titan giant ape. His colossal frame, easily as tall as a mountain if he stood up, was sprawled on the forest floor. Despite his size and strength, he was her closest companion during these long days of training. Since returning to the Xingdou Great Forest, Xiao Wu's life had fallen into a steady routine of grueling practice and solitary reflection. More than anything, she found herself drawn to this quiet spot by the lake, where she daydreamed about the moment she would finally reunite with Cheng Xiao after reaching full maturity. "Sister Xiao Wu," Ming rumbled, lifting his massive head. "Are you thinking about Ah Xiao again?" Xiao Wu's cheeks warmed. She lowered her gaze and whispered, "I promised him that the first thing I do when I'm mature is come to the human world, to find him." A thunderous roar suddenly rolled through the trees, shaking birds from their perches and rippling across the lake's surface. Ming's eyes gleamed as he let out another deep, echoing challenge. Suddenly, deep in the forest, the roars of soul beasts exploded like thunder. The Titan giant ape, which had been lying motionless on the ground, sprang to its feet. A fierce light ignited in its crystalline yellow eyes. "Sister Xiao Wu, something's wrong over there. I'll go take a look." A flicker of worry crossed Xiao Wu's delicate features. She bit her lower lip and murmured, "Ming, be careful." The giant ape gave a solemn nod, then planted its tremendous arms on the earth and launched itself forward like a moving hill, thundering toward the source of the roar. Xiao Wu watched its massive form vanish among the trees, her heart clenched with unease. An inexplicable dread fluttered in her chest, as though some disaster lurked just beyond sight. But then she reminded herself where she stood. deep within the Star-Du-Great Forest, under the watchful protection of Daming. Gradually, her tension eased. "Don't let your imagination run away with you," she whispered, patting her chest. Settling onto the forest floor, Xiao Wu folded her legs beneath her and closed her eyes, preparing to enter a state of meditative cultivation. At that moment, a lone figure slipped silently up behind Xiao Wu. He was a middle-aged man in a worn black robe, and before she could even sense his presence, his gnarled hand shot out and clamped onto her wrist with blinding speed. Startled, Xiao Wu whirled around and unleashed her soul power in a desperate bid to repel him, only to find his grip unyielding, like an iron vice. He didn't tighten his hold, he simply smirked. "You're quick," he said, his voice low and mocking. "Looks like you've learned a thing or two from that boy. But if that's all you've got, you'll come with me." "Damning!" Xiao Wu shouted, wrenching and twisting, but her efforts were futile under his overwhelming strength. As she cried out, her foot struck the water's surface, and with a tremendous splash, a colossal head broke the lake's stillness and rose into view. A colossal bull's head loomed from the shadows, easily 4 meters across, its lantern-like eyes glowing with fierce intelligence. With a low, resonant growl, the creature, known as the sky-blue bull python, lifted its massive head skyward and bellowed, "Sky-blue destruction thunder!" Almost instantly, the bright heavens darkened, and a chilling aura of menace settled over the forest. The python's roar rolled through the trees like crashing thunder, and from the storm clouds above, crackling bolts of azure lightning descended. But this was no single strike. Countless electric arcs wove together, bristling with raw, terrifying energy, and every one of them aimed straight at the black-robed man standing defiantly in the clearing. He had dared harm Sister Xiao Wu, and that was an offense the Forest Emperor of Xingdou Great Forest could not tolerate. Any threat to its kin would be met with absolute destruction. Yet as the blue thunder converged on him, the black-robed man remained eerily still. He closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then snapped his right palm shut. In that instant, a swirl of inky black light sprang forth, and a dark, instantaneous sword materialized in his grasp. Holding the blade in one hand and his hammer in the other, he opened his eyes to reveal a cold, merciless glint. Whatever force the python unleashed next, he was ready. Every muscle in his body tensed under an unseen force, swelling instantly with raw power. He drew in a deep breath, nearly as if he meant to suck every ounce of air from the forest, then swung the black hammer in his hand and drove it into the crackling cyan lightning. The collision rang out like shattering steel, a deafening clang that hurled sparks and metal fragments in every direction. At the very instant hammer met bolt, a blinding flash scorched the sky, searing the eyes of all who watched. The two forces twisted together into an invisible storm, uprooting trees and sending them spinning in the whirlwind. The blast shockwave struck Xiao Wu full on. She went limp and collapsed to the ground, her petite form crumpled, her wide azure eyes flickering shut in fear and pain. Nearby, the azure bull python fixed its cold gaze on the cloaked man in black, his face still hidden, warning lights of anger and suspicion gleaming in its reptilian stare. A low, thunderous voice rolled across the clearing. "Human, this is no place for you to cultivate. Leave now, or I will end you." But the figure in the black robe ignored the warning. He lifted his head slowly, revealing eyes as cold and unyielding as iron. In that instant, he hurled the black hammer he carried. A surge of inky light roared down its shaft, and in the whipping wind the weapon swelled until it became a colossal hammer, fully 100 meters long. "Second brother," the azure bull python bellowed in alarm. In their previous clash it had felt the man's immense power firsthand. It knew it could not prevail alone. Only by joining forces with the Titan giant ape could they hope to rescue Sister Xiao Wu. Coiling tightly, the python let loose a roar so fierce that the very air around it seemed to freeze in place. A crushing aura sprang from its scaled form, rushing outward like a tidal wave aimed directly at the black-robed warrior. Undaunted, the man planted his feet. Beneath him, 9 ghostly soul rings began to spin into being, ascending in perfect unison. When the 7th ring ignited in a brilliant flare, the battlefield quaked with the promise of even greater power yet to come. In the next instant, the colossal 100-meter hammer plummeted toward the azure bull python. With a furious hiss, the serpent whipped aside, narrowly evading the blow. Its eyes flared with rage as it summoned its inner strength for a far deadlier assault. Lifting its head to the stormy heavens, it unleashed a roar so violent it seemed to rend the sky itself. From the dark cloud bank overhead, a radiant bolt of emerald lightning, thicker and more dazzling than any before, detached and hurtled downward with world-shattering force, aimed straight at the black-robed man below. The moment the crackling thunderclap met the hovering ebony hammer, the very air trembled. Blinding arcs of cyan lightning collided with the hammer's oppressive aura, triggering a blinding flash and a roaring blast that sent smoke and debris spiraling through the sky. When the swirling dust finally began to clear, both the black-robed man and Xiao Wu lay hidden within its murky folds. At that moment, the azure bull python froze mid-coil, a chilling realization cutting through its fury. "No, I've walked right into a trap," it hissed, dread tightening its sinews. The azure bull python had unleashed its azure nirvana thunder, certain it would drive the black-robed stranger away. But as smoke and dust swirled around them, the intruder's aura simply vanished, gone without a trace. Alarmed, the python whipped its massive head toward where Xiao Wu had been lying, only to find the spot empty. The girl had been carried off by the men in black robes. "Damn humans!" it roared, condensing its huge, sinuous form into a streak of emerald light as it tore off in pursuit of the fleeing aura. It dared not imagine what fate awaited Xiao Wu at their hands. Yet before the python could reach its quarry, a lone figure stepped from the shadowed trees beside the pool. In his arms lay the unconscious girl, her dark hair fanning out against his tunic. He paused at the water's edge, studying her pale features under the moonlight. For an instant, pain flickered across his eyes. Then he steeled himself, smoothing his expression back into calm. "Xiao-san," he whispered, brushing a lock of hair from her forehead, "I've done all I can for you." "If this doesn't work," the man in the black robe said, his voice soft and cold, "I'll keep her locked away and kill her when you need her." A thin rivulet of blood ran from the corner of his mouth down onto his chest, turning his already threadbare cloak a mournful shade of crimson. Several hours later, the man reappeared at the gates of Shrek Academy, cradling the same girl in his arms. She wore a pink dress trimmed with lace, and her long hair was braided into twin scorpions. Without a trace of feeling in his eyes, he looked down at the unconscious Xiao Wu, then paused as if he'd sensed something. Gently, he laid her on the stone steps and vanished in an instant. Left alone, the girl stirred. Her eyelids fluttered open, and she sprang upright, heart pounding. Blinking against the afternoon light, she surveyed her surroundings. Above her head hung a battered wooden sign, bearing 5 simple words, Shrek Academy. "Shrek Academy?" she whispered, dazed. This was the very school Tang-san had invited her to before she graduated, so how had she ended up here? Just as the girl stood there, bewildered, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. A voice, tinged with surprise and confusion, called out, "Xiao Wu, what are you doing here?" Chapter 68, Are You My Destiny or My Calamity? Tiando City, Prince's Mansion, Back Garden. Sunlight drifted through the lattice of the pavilion, painting delicate patterns across Qian Renshui's face. Dressed in a flowing gown of sacred gold, she sat motionless, her posture a picture of serene grace. Every line of her slim figure, every portrait of calm in her dark eyes, spoke of holiness and restraint. "Since my last soul induction, my sacred ability has subtly shifted," she murmured to herself. She tucked a lock of ebony hair behind her ear, then slowly opened her palm. A gentle radiance bloomed there, pure golden energy that pulsed with familiar warmth. Yet beneath it lay something new, a swirl of inky darkness, the very essence of Cheng Xiao's martial spirit. Qian Renshui frowned in wonder. Light and shadow, 2 forces that should repel one another, were mingling here without a spark of resistance. In fact, her sacred energy seemed almost eager to embrace the dark current, as if it had finally found its counterpart. But could a seraph truly recognize a kindred spirit? And even if it could, shouldn't Cheng Xiao's martial soul at least be angelic in nature? Questions swirled in her mind, but for now, she simply watched the dual energies dance together in her palm, both awed and uneasy at the transformation unfolding within her. Qian Renshui frowned as she studied Cheng Xiao. His martial spirit had nothing in common with angels. Who ever heard of an angelic spirit that summons the dead? If it weren't for the seraph martial soul's unmistakable resonance with his spirit, she would have suspected him of being a practitioner of forbidden arts. After all, raising the dead to fight certainly wasn't the hallmark of a benevolent soul. Yet the seraphim's induction was clear. Cheng Xiao was no fallen practitioner. His martial soul must somehow be linked to the seraphim, but in what way? Qian Renshui had no clue. She sighed, pushing the thought aside. "Forget it," she murmured, her delicate features hardening into a chill mask. "Yulong, you need to stay close to Cheng Xiao for the time being. Remember the Star Dove Forest? His subordinate, Ju Douluo, tracked him down there and swore herself to him as a disciple. I have a strong suspicion she's involved in something far larger than it seems." Uncle Yulong inclined his head. Cheng Xiao's still too weak to do much on his own. Until he chooses a side, he can serve our purposes, and frankly, that woman probably doesn't realize just how powerful he is. He studied Cheng Xiao with quiet calculation. Let's keep a close eye on both of them. Tiando City may look peaceful on the surface, but beneath that calm lies a hidden turmoil. Should he run into danger, you are to come to his aid immediately and bring him safely into our camp. "Yes, young master," a steady voice answered. In an instant, a middle-aged man bearing a long spear appeared before Qian Renshui and bowed deeply. "All right, let's go downstairs. If you have no other tasks, don't loiter about, and remember, our identities must remain secret," Qian Renshui instructed. "I understand, young master." The snake-spear Douluo Yulong inclined his head once more, then vanished quietly into the rear garden. With Yulong gone, Qian Renshui exhaled softly, as if laying aside the unrest that stirred within her. She lifted her gaze to the brilliant sun hanging high overhead, its radiance causing her to squint. Slowly, she stretched out a slender hand, as graceful as a butterfly's wing in flight. Then she spread her 5 fingers wide, as though she meant to capture the blazing sunlight itself. Sunbeams filtered through the spaces between her fingers, painting a shifting mosaic of light and shadow across her flawless, crystalline features, only enhancing the ethereal serenity of her face. "Cheng Xiao, are you my ruin or my redemption?" Qian Renshui murmured, her voice drifting on the evening breeze, laced with uncertainty. Several months later, in Silvis City's Grand Seoul Arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us congratulate the Royal Du Te member on their emphatic victory in today's Team Spirit battle." The announcer's voice crackled through the arena speakers, hoarse from excitement. What made this match so astounding wasn't just that the Royal Du team won, it was how they won. Across from them stood the undefeated and much-feared Fierce God team. Under normal circumstances, no contest between these two squads would last more than a heartbeat. Yet today's showdown had been a one-sided massacre. Moments after the battle began, the spectators witnessed something extraordinary. One member of the Royal Du team raised his arms and summoned over a dozen black shadow soul beasts. At his command, those spectral wolves and panthers erupted onto the field, snarling and snapping. The Fierce God team barely had time to react before they were swarmed and overwhelmed. There was no dramatic comeback, no climactic duel, just a swift, brutal defeat. The crowd was left breathless. Who could have imagined that a team spirit battle, usually guided by skill and strategy, would be decided in an instant by a single player's uncanny mastery of soul beast control? Word would spread like wildfire. A 30-plus level Imperial fighter had just upended the arena's hierarchy. As the cheering swelled, the Royal Du team basked in their unexpected triumph, while the once proud Fierce God team was left to ponder how they had been undone so thoroughly, so rapidly, and by forces they never saw coming. When the three-eyed demon ape, a monstrous shadow soldier, stepped onto the arena floor, its terrifying psychic power struck the Fierce God team like a tidal wave. In an instant, they were overwhelmed, torn apart first by the demon ape's raw mental force, and then finished off in a savage onslaught by its allies, Ghost Tiger, Fangs, and the human-faced demon spider. Ironically, the team's own history of torturing soul beasts had come back to haunt them. Surrounded by the very creatures they'd once tormented, they met their end under the unblinking gaze of the grand soul-fighting arena. No one wept for them. Only the thunderous roar of the mountains and the crash of distant waves echoed like triumphant cheers. From the moment the fierce god team murdered the Soul Master, they had surrendered any claim to mercy or sympathy. Today, their deaths passed without a second thought. Meanwhile, several months of academy life had fallen into a comfortable rhythm for Cheng Xiao. At dawn, he pushed his body through rigorous physical training. Mornings were spent poring over theory, while afternoons meant hands-on practice at the mimicry training ground. Evenings found him sparring with the Imperial fighter team in the Soul Combat Ring. And whenever his schedule allowed, Cheng Xiao and his friends, Huangdo among them, ventured into Tiando City to sample street delicacies and unwind. It was a disciplined life, but one that suited him perfectly. Cheng Xiao had indeed thought about presenting Qian Renshui's token at Tiando Palace, but the more he considered it, the more he realized he had no clear plan for what to do once he got there, so he abandoned the idea. Deep down, his impulse was stirred by the pulsing of sacred energy, that unique resonance born of martial souls intertwining. Once the soul fight concluded, the entire Imperial Du team made their way to Silvis City's grandest lodgings, the Silvis Grand Hotel. In stark contrast to Shrek Academy's modest accommodations, the Royal Du team spared no expense. Each member settled into a lavish suite as a matter of course. That evening, Qin Ming gathered everyone in the suite's spacious salon and offered a satisfied smile. I think tonight's match gave you all a much clearer picture of Cheng Xiao's potential, didn't it? Absolutely, Yu Feng replied with a chuckle. Cheng Xiao's martial spirit is extraordinary. He can summon the shadow of a fallen spirit beast, and it fights at 50% of its original strength. That kind of power is a huge asset in team duels. A few teammates nodded in agreement. Exactly, one of them said. Cheng Xiao's ability is truly one of a kind. From what I can tell, Qin Ming said, his elder eyes narrowing as he regarded Cheng Xiao, you can summon over 10 shadow soul beasts at once. Whether it's a one-on-one duel or a full team battle, your opponent will always face an entire pack. Cheng Xiao scratched his nose and offered a modest smile. That's right, the more shadow beasts I call forth, the more soul power I consume. A relieved exhale escaped Qin Ming's lips. Just as he'd suspected, no ability that formidable would come without a drawback. Otherwise, it would be downright unnatural. Good, he murmured. When you've grown into a true titled Douluo, who in the entire continent could stand against you, anyone brave enough to challenge you would be overwhelmed by a tide of shadow beasts before they even had a chance to draw a breath. Around them, the rest of the Royal Du team exchanged looks of envy tinged with excitement. How fortunate they were to have Cheng Xiao as an ally rather than an opponent. His martial soul's rare gift for summoning the undead was the stuff of legends and the source of their hopeful pride. They'd been joking that someday, 10 years from now, Cheng Xiao would stride onto the battlefield of the entire continent's soul masters alone. He wouldn't even have to lift a finger. One snap of his hand and shadow soul beasts would swarm out, clearing every obstacle before him. What a spectacle that would be. All right, daydream's over, Qin Ming called, laughing. Remember, Cheng Xiao is a member of our Imperial fighting team and your teammate, so let's keep it professional. He glanced at his watch. Our next stop is Soto City. Get a good night's rest. We leave at dawn. Understood, teacher, the Huangdo squad chorused, then headed back to their quarters. When everyone had filed out of the hall, Qin Ming tapped Cheng Xiao on the shoulder. Stay a moment, Xiao. Cheng Xiao turned, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Yes, teacher? Qin Ming's expression grew serious. Your martial spirit, its power is unlike anything I've ever seen. In our next spirit battle, don't rely on it right away. If you do, you'll paint a target on your back. Cheng Xiao nodded, rubbing the back of his neck. I understand. Satisfied, Qin Ming offered a reassuring smile. Good, now get some sleep. We've got a long day tomorrow. As the lantern light faded behind him, Cheng Xiao headed for his room, already planning how he'd temper his strength and protect himself when the real contest began. Qin Ming watched as Cheng Xiao nodded once, then quietly slipped out of his room. When the door clicked shut behind her, he drew a slow breath and moved to the great floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city of Silvis glittered under the night sky like a field of stars. He pressed his palm against the cool glass and muttered, "Summon the Shadow Soul." His heart tightened. The beast's power was enormous, and if word of it got out, Wuhan Palace would surely come hunting. He could only hope that by calling the creature into the depths of his spirit, it would remain hidden and safe. Shrek Academy, Dean's office. Dean Flanders leaned back in his chair, beaming at Master Xiao. I have to hand it to you. Your training methods are astonishing. Take Ning Rongrong. She's been under my supervision for months now, and not once has she tried to complain or resist. Xiao offered a calm smile. Resistance comes from strength. If she had the power to fight back, she would, yet she's improving every day. Even Xiao San struggled to keep up with this regimen. Flanders laughed and raised an eyebrow. So you're telling me Ning Rongrong's got a physique even stronger than Xiao San's? Her potential is exceptional, Xiao replied. But it's one thing to have talent, and another to forge it through hardship. That's exactly what this program demands. The dean's smile faltered as he reached into his desk drawer. I should warn you, though, your training has burned through the Academy's budget for this month. All those special provisions and equipment were tapped out. Xiao inclined his head, unperturbed. If these students are to rise to greatness, we must invest in them, no matter the cost. Flanders sighed, but there was pride in his eyes. Very well, I'll find the funds, but next time, give me some notice before you bankrupt the school. Master Xiao simply smiled and turned back to his notes, already planning the next grueling session for his remarkable pupils. Next, take a look at this. Master Xiao snorted. Flanders, for all your reputation as a soul saint, you're still hamstrung by money. Arrogance has its price, doesn't it? Flanders forced a bitter smile. What choice do we have? If only she were here, we'd never have to worry about finances. How many times have I told you not to mention her in front of me? Xiao face darkened with anger for a moment before he regained his composure. Set your mind at ease. I've already arranged a solution. Flanders hesitated, then asked, By the way, Master, doesn't the background of that student, Xiao Wu, strike you as strange? Xiao shook his head, voice low and measured. Her origins are a mystery to me, and frankly, it's not our concern. She's here at Shrek Academy now, and that's what matters. Besides, we're about to launch the second stage of training, and with her on board, my plan can finally begin. Flanders frowned. Stage 2? What exactly do you have in mind? They're still just teenagers, after all. Xiao eyes gleamed with quiet determination. Leave that to me. Once this next phase starts, they'll surprise you. It's said that if you push too hard, strength itself will snap. Your training regimen can't be excessive. You have to go easy, right? Flanders, you're so old-fashioned. You've entrusted these children to me, so you need to trust me completely. I know how far to push them. Leave the rest to me. All right. I trust you. Chapter 69. Those who don't dare to cause trouble are mediocre. On the southern approach to Soto City, a striking procession of sharply dressed men and women relaxed their pace as they neared the gates. The city guards, upon seeing the insignias embroidered on their cloaks, bowed their heads and stepped aside without a word. Even as they filed through the entrance, the soldiers couldn't help but steal glances at the two women in the group. But the imposing confidence radiating from Qinming's squad kept them from lingering too long. Qinming, walking at the front, came to a halt and turned back to address the Huangdo contingent. No training today. Take a proper rest and do some shopping. I'll secure lodgings first. Feel free to explore the market nearby in the meantime. Understood, teacher, replied Yu Tianheng, captain of the Huangdo team. He smiled over at Yanzi. Why not head out together? After all this fighting, some leisure is overdue. Boss, take us with you. Yufeng and Oslo hurried over, their voices tinged with eager anticipation. Qinming gave them a wry look. Fine, but try not to break anything. And with that, the entire party dispersed into the buzzing streets of Soto City, each determined to make the most of their unexpected day off. Yu Tianheng scratched the back of his head, then dared a quick sideways glance at Du Guyan. When he saw no trace of displeasure on her face, he let out a relieved breath and said, All right, let's go. Thank you, boss, she replied brightly. As the five of them prepared to leave, Cheng Xiao turned to the silent, veiled girl beside him. Weren't you planning to go shopping with Du Guyan? He asked. Ye Lingling shook her head. I already bought far too many clothes back home. I don't need any more. Cheng Xiao nodded in understanding, then addressed the two stoic young men standing nearby. Shimo, the four of us will go grab something to eat first. Teacher Chin is going to look for lodging and should catch up with us soon. Okay, the two brothers answered in perfect unison. A short while later, Cheng Xiao and his three companions found a popular eatery in a bustling district of Soto City. This town was nowhere near as large or as prosperous as Tiando City. Restaurants were few and far between. Since they'd left early that morning and eaten only a light breakfast, all four were more than ready for a proper meal. By now, the sun was high in the sky, and it was well into midday. They stepped inside the restaurant, ready to refuel before the day's true adventure began. Cheng Xiao and his three companions wasted no time ordering. The waiter led them up to a window table on the restaurant's second floor. It was noon, and the ground floor buzzed with hungry diners, but upstairs was comparatively peaceful. Most tables held just two guests, leaving them a little corner all to themselves. Shimo cleared his throat. Brother Cheng Xiao, my brother and we're not very good at conversation. Please don't take it amiss if we're quiet. Cheng Xiao offered him a warm smile and a slight bow. Not at all, Brother Shimo. We're all teammates here. I'd hardly mind. Shimo and his brother each gave a grateful nod. Before they could settle in, the front doors swung open again. Two men stormed inside. The taller of the pair was blond, his gaze sharp and split-pupiled, every inch the menace. His companion was almost the opposite in build, broad and stout, with a fiery red mohawk, tiny squinting eyes, and a pair of stubby mustaches above plump cheeks. Boss, the red-haired man barked, this is my brother. Take us upstairs, and be quick about it. If our food doesn't arrive fast enough, you'll pay for your slowness. The waiter swallowed hard. Yes, sir. Right this way. With that, the pair hustled upstairs, leaving Cheng Xiao's table momentarily tense, but he simply leaned back, unmoved, and waited for the afternoon's unexpected drama to unfold. Serve Fatty's table first. But sir, there's another party waiting downstairs. I don't care. When I say first, you go first. Yes, sir. The waiter bolted up the narrow staircase, shoulders tensed. Mr. Chen, the restaurant owner, watched him go and wiped his sweaty brow. Soto City was small, and almost everyone depended on soul masters for their livelihood. Soul masters weren't just respected, they were rich. How could he afford to offend them? And though they always settled their tab without complaint, their overbearing manner drove him up the wall. Yet what choice did he have but to grit his teeth and endure? At the top of the stairs, the waiter and a helper paused as two figures lounged at a corner table. Dai Mubai, known around town as the lecherous tiger, and his companion Ma Hongjun, the so-called evil rooster, exchanged bored glances. The pair was notorious throughout Soto City, not only for their prowess in soul mastery, but also for their regular nightly visits to the brothels. In a town this tight-knit, familiar faces became legends overnight. And these two, with their swaggering confidence and hefty purses, had certainly made a name for themselves. Because Cheng Xiao and his companions frequented this restaurant so often, word of them, and their reputations as soul masters, had clearly spread. Across the room, Ye Lingling rested her delicate, jade-like palms against her cheeks and stared idly out the window, lost in her own thoughts. Nearby, the Shi brothers sat motionless, eyes gently closed as though deep in meditation. Hey, Ye Lingling said at last, blinking back to the present and turning those bright eyes on Cheng Xiao. Where do you want to meet up after dinner? He shrugged, looking momentarily puzzled. I don't know yet. Let's figure it out once we finish here. She raised an amused eyebrow. You're planning our post-dinner plans before we've even eaten? Cheng Xiao offered a faint smile. Just getting ahead of myself. Fair enough. She nodded, then waved a passing waiter over with a graceful flick of her hand. Excuse me, have our dishes come out yet? The waiter shifted uncomfortably. I'm really sorry, miss. There'll be a bit of a wait. Ye Lingling frowned. But we ordered ages ago. Why the hold-up? Before the waiter could explain, a haughty voice cut through the air. Are your eyes broken or something? Don't stand in my way. Ma Hongjun's voice rang out sharply. The waiter, eyes wide, hurriedly stepped aside and bowed low to avoid the soul master's wrath. Ma Hongjun let out a derisive snort. You'll learn respect soon enough, he muttered, though his gaze was already fixed on Ye Lingling. He leaned forward, smirking. Young lady, You have quite the figure. How about making friends with me? He paid no mind to the 3 students still seated at the table. In his mind, he was already destined for greatness, a gifted young soul master with a bright future ahead. Who else at Shrek Academy could boast the rank of great soul master at such a tender age? Yi Lingling's stomach churned. She barely restrained a gasp of revulsion as she took in Ma Hongjun's slick, greasy features. Every word that rolled off his tongue felt like poison, each breath of his stank of arrogance. He was, in her eyes, a human-shaped maggot. How disgusting, she whispered under her breath. Ma Hongjun's grin only widened. You don't know who I am, do you? He swept his arm across his chest, flaring open his jacket to display the gleaming Soul Master badge pinned to his collar. I am Ma Hongjun of Shrek Academy, and a great Soul Master to boot. One of Ye Lingling's friends, a boy with sharp eyes, suddenly sat up straight. Recognition flickered across his face. Wait, it can't be. He paused, pointing at Ma Hongjun's badge. It is him. Now I remember. Ye Lingling clenched her jaw. She could feel the tension in the air spike. Ma Hongjun, smug and self-assured, shifted his weight, certain his reputation alone would bend everyone to his will. But Lingling refused to be cowed so easily. The academy might revere him, but she wouldn't let his arrogance intimidate her. Not today. Ma Hongjun leaned back against the carved wooden chair, surveying the smoky chaos of the pleasure house with a smirk. It's so thick with incense and noise in here that ordinary folks wouldn't even want to step inside, he drawled. Around him, commoners who had once grudgingly accepted they'd never marry listened to music in such dens and amused themselves on slow weekdays. Now, though, they could barely even catch sight of a woman, let alone speak to one. At their whispered complaints, Ma Hongjun felt a familiar swell of pride. This was exactly the gulf that set a soul master apart from everyone else. His eyes drifted to Ye Lingling. She sat a few tables away, her posture poised and elegant, her every movement light as a breeze. In his fevered imagination, he pictured pressing her down onto a silken bed. Heat flooded through him. His palms dampened, and an unsettling sweat stung his nose. Ye Lingling must have sensed the change in him, for she rose abruptly and stepped forward. Hey, her voice quivering only slightly as she forced herself to speak. Stay away, she said, her words quiet but firm. Even as she fought off the nausea his aura stirred in her, her soft, refined tone did nothing to calm his rising desire. If they weren't in a crowded restaurant, he realized with a rush of dark excitement he wouldn't be able to hold back. Ma Hongjun leans back on his stool, a smug grin spreading across his round face. Girl, you probably don't realize how rare it is to be such a powerful soul master at my age, he drawls, eyes glittering with self-satisfaction. When Ye Lingling refuses to flinch, he lets that grin grow even wider, predatory, shameless. You've got a nice figure, he adds, leering. Why don't you lift that veil so your big brother here can get a good look? Ye Lingling's jaw tightens. If she weren't a support-type cultivator rather than a fighter, Ma Hongjun would have been flat on his back the moment he spoke. But he's not just testing her composure, he's boldly crossing the line. You're hateful, and you think you're so virtuous, he says, voice souring. Well, I'm Fatty Ma, and I'll show you who dares to stop me today. I'm going to make you mine, right here, in front of everyone. I dare anyone to try and stop me. With that, his pudgy hands shoot forward, fingers curling around the fine silk of her veil. Instinctively, Ye Lingling shifts toward Cheng Xiao, seeking even that small shield of his presence. Ma Hongjun's expression twists in fury at her movement. How dare this so-called pure girl cling to a prettier boy instead of submitting to him? His lust rims his eyes as he hauls at the veil, determined to tear it away and expose her. Just as his pudgy hand stretched toward Ye Lingling, a towering, inky silhouette slipped between them, blocking his reach completely. You think you can use your little tricks to control her, three-eyed demon ape? If I so much as catch you considering it in the next 3 minutes, I'll make you regret it, the shadow warned, voice as cold and sharp as a blade. The demon ape's 3 eyes blinked in reluctant obedience. Yes, my lord, he whispered. Chapter 70, Hitting a Wall. The moment the 3-eyed demon ape appeared, Ma Hongjun froze in his tracks. His gaze shot upward at the towering figure clad in black armor, an unfamiliar silhouette that dwarfed even himself. Swallowing convulsively, he felt every shred of bravado drain from him, replaced by a paralyzing dread. What is that?" he whispered, collapsing onto the forest floor. He recognized the creature's simian shape and soul energy. It was an ape-type beast. But this dark, hulking warrior was something else entirely. A shadow soldier, an apex enforcer he'd only heard legends about. And how had it arrived so swiftly? There'd been no time to prepare, no chance to even raise his guard. The demon ape stood silent, its 3 eyes glowing emptily like voids ready to devour his soul. Ma Hongjun tasted ice on his tongue and shivered uncontrollably, convinced that death itself hovered at his shoulder. Nearby, Dai Mubai, who had egged Ma Hongjun on moments before, stared in alarm. He'd thought teasing Ye Lingling was a harmless prank. He certainly hadn't expected a shadow soldier to crash the party. Now fear spread through him as he scrambled for an escape route, regretting every careless word. Ye Lingling, caught in the middle, drew herself up. Her earlier confidence waned only for a moment before she steeled her features. Demon ape or no, she refused to back down. Together they braced for the beast's next move, knowing full well that a single misstep could mean annihilation. In that suspended heartbeat, forest sounds faded, 1 colossal warrior, 3 glowing eyes, and 3 prey at the mercy of a nightmare come to life. The woman's cold, elegant bearing reminded him too much of Juju King, yet he knew Juju King was ignoring him these days, and he could never live down chasing after another beauty. Still, seeing someone with that frosty poise ignited a flash of rivalry in his chest. He'd intended to send Ma Hongjun in to stir things up, but now every instinct told him this was no ordinary opponent. Whatever this black-armored soul beast was, they had to be ready, and with the school on break, none of Shrek Academy's teachers were around to back them up. "Ma Hongjun, wake up!" Dai Mubai snarled, springing in front of his friend. "White Tiger, manifest!" In an instant, a brilliant white light blasted from Ma Hongjun's body. His arms shot outward, his chest thrust up, and every bone in his frame seemed to crackle as his muscles ballooned, so much so that his clothes strained against the sudden bulk. 4 faint grooves appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal, 1 vertical, forming the character Wang. Then, with a sharp flick of his fingers, long, gleaming claws sliced into view. As Dai Mubai completed the awakening of his martial soul, 3 luminous halos materialized around his feet. One by one, the soul rings ascended into place, and a surge of power filled him with confidence. This invisible force radiated outward like a tightening vice, aimed straight at the shadowy beast before him. Perhaps it was overconfidence, but he barely spared the creature a second glance. Big mistake. This was the legendary 3-eyed demon ape, a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Even half its original strength, after being absorbed by Cheng Xiao, still dwarfed that of any ordinary soul master. "How dare you strike my brother, Dai Mubai? Today you'll learn the true might of Shrek Academy," he bellowed. With that, he lunged forward and swung his weapon in a powerful, decisive blow. The 3-eyed demon ape, however, didn't even bother to dodge. It lifted one massive hand in a casual slap, releasing a razor-sharp gust of wind. In the next instant, Dai Mubai's fist clashed with the creature's palm, and he was sent flying, the air whistling as he tumbled out of the clearing. His body felt like a kite cut loose, tumbling through the air without a tether. He smashed through row after row of wine tables, crimson arcs painting the floorboards as fresh blood spurted from his wounds. When he finally staggered free of the wreckage, his brr, Eth came in ragged, shallow gasps. How is this possible? Dai Mubai pressed one hand to his side, where a dark stain slowly blossomed on his tunic. He glared at the shadow soldiers arrayed before him, every inch of his handsome face twisted in disbelief and anger. What kind of black shadow soul beast is this? No, I have to get back to the academy and call for the teachers. There's no way I can defeat him on my own. A few paces away, the 3-eyed demon ape watched a small, rotund man convulsing helplessly on the ground, his eyes rolling in their sockets under some cruel mental thrall. The ape scratched his head, ambivalence in every brute movement, then turned to Cheng Xiao with an uncertain grunt. "Your Majesty," he hesitated, "I forgot to ask, shall I kill him outright, or merely punish him?" Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a cold, detached smile as he regarded Ma Hongjun's twitching form. In a voice so low and chilling that it stole the warmth from the room, he spoke 4 words that sent a wave of dread through every onlooker. sever his entire bloodline. As you command. The three-eyed demon ape bobbed deeply, then raised his massive foot, and with a single, merciless stomp, drove the point of his heel into Ma Hongjun's midsection. The crack of crushed ribs echoed like a death knell, and the poor man's tortured scream was snuffed out before it could even fully form. Soul beasts far outweigh humans in both strength and mass. At first, they'd carefully avoided stomping on Ma Hongjun's lower abdomen, afraid that under his own crushing weight they might kill him outright. But when the three-eyed demon ape reared back and delivered that savage kick, it didn't matter whether it was soft flesh or hard bone beneath its foot. Everything would shatter. Ma Hongjun's body convulsed violently. His eyes rolled back, revealing the whites, then snapped open again, bloodshot and glassy with pain. A wave of agony tore through his lower belly, so excruciating that no mortal should be able to survive it. All at once, terror and despair flooded his mind. It's over. Everything's gone. Big brother. Daimubai scrambled to his feet, horror pinning him to the spot as he stared at Ma Hongjun. He wanted to rush forward, to help, but his legs felt like lead, trembling with the primal fear that he'd be next to suffer such a fate. He swallowed hard, forcing himself to stand firm. No, he had to endure. For Ma Hongjun's sake, he would endure. As Ma Hongjun's sworn brother, Daimubai couldn't just stand by while his friend was being attacked. He swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremor running through his legs so he could rush forward and carry Ma Hongjun to safety. But his knees gave way, shaking so violently he couldn't move an inch. Cheng Xiao noticed his paralysis. With a cruel smile, she pointed at Ma Hongjun, who lay on the pavement, convulsing in pain. Well, she taunted, how much longer are you going to stand there? If you don't get your friend to a healer, he might not survive this. A ripple of laughter ran through the crowd. Soul masters like Cheng Xiao were used to having ordinary people swoon at their every command. They brazenly bullied defenseless civilians and strutted around in haughty arrogance. Now, exposed and mocked, her arrogance only fueled the onlookers' scorn. The jeers echoed in Daimubai's mind, making his vision blur. For a fleeting second, he felt as though he'd been yanked back to the rough-and-tumble days of brawling with his eldest brother Davis across the dusty streets of the Star Luo Empire. It was just like before. Every word aimed to cut him down. Their ridicule had once driven Daimubai to abandon the Star Luo Empire and hide out in Soto City, waiting for death to find him. And now this same cruel spectacle was unfolding again, stirring in him the all-too-familiar urge to flee. His trembling hands hovered before him, and his whole body shook. Okay, that's enough, Cheng Xiao interrupted coolly. Keep this up, and you'll have a full-blown breakdown. She flicked a glance at the 3-yed demon ape standing by. At her command, the beast released its psychic hold on Daimubai, melted into a swirl of inky smoke, and vanished back into the shadows. Yeling Lingyu covered her mouth and nose, horror in her eyes as she pointed to Ma Hongjun, who lay on the ground convulsing. What are we going to do with him? Don't worry about him, Cheng Xiao replied. I've already lifted the mind control. His brothers can drag him out of here later. With that, she stood and brushed an errant strand of hair from her face. Come on. Let's go. We'll find another place to eat. Don't let this spoil your appetite. With a gentle tug, Cheng Xiao led little Ye Lingling by the hand up the restaurant's stairs. The Shi brothers rose from their seats, exchanged a brief glance at the still recovering Daimubai, and wordlessly followed Cheng Xiao and Lingling toward the exit. Before they left, the brothers pressed several gleaming soul coins into the restaurant owner's palm. He'd been nursing a grudge against Daimubai and Ma Hongjun all evening, and initially tried to refuse the tip, but given how few words the Shi brothers spoke, he feared insulting them more than accepting the gold, so he awkwardly tucked the coins away. Outside, Cheng Xiao paused to let the brothers catch up. She smiled, keeping her voice light. Let's try somewhere else for dinner. After asking a few passers-by for directions, the four of them set off toward a new restaurant, their spirits lifted at the promise of a better meal. Daimubai's jaw tightened as he stared at the scene before him. Ma Hongjun lay sprawled on the restaurant floor, unconscious, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The four strangers who had attacked him had vanished into the crowd, strangers who had no business picking a fight with any member of Shrek. A few moments later, Dai Mubai emerged from the restaurant, cradling Ma Hongjun in his arms. His face was thunderous with rage. This was the first time he'd ever felt so thoroughly humiliated. As the tail lights of their attacker's car disappeared into the night, he spat out a low, deadly promise. "If you ever lay a hand on one of my Shrek brothers again, I will make you pay with your lives." He knelt beside his fallen comrade on the sidewalk, pressing a gentle hand against Ma Hongjun's clammy forehead. Ma Hongjun stirred, pain flickering across his features. Dai Mubai brushed a strand of hair from his face and whispered urgently, "Hang in there. I'm going to find a soul-healing master. Somewhere, somehow, I'll get you the help you need." He scanned the empty street, determination blazing in his eyes. No matter what it took, his friend would recover. Chapter 71. Signs of Disintegration. After 3 relentless months of training under the master's exacting eye, the students of Shrek Academy at last earned themselves a short break. Even the most dedicated spirit masters need time to recover, reassess their progress, and prepare for whatever challenges lie ahead. It was exactly this holiday respite that set today's events in motion. In the quiet of the boys' dormitory, auxiliary spirit master Oscar was sound asleep, his steady breathing the only sign of life in his bunk. Across the room, Tang San sat hunched over the narrow desk, tinkering with an array of metal parts and mechanisms. These were the components the Academy's blacksmith had sent him, and Tang San already had a clear design in mind. He had plenty of conventional mechanical hidden weapons now, enough to guard against everyday threats. But if he ever faced a truly skilled opponent, he would need something more potent and specialized. He planned to craft 2 new toxic weapons, the Hell King's Scepter and the mother and child soul-chasing gourd. Between their lethal poisons and ingenious mechanisms, they would give him an edge even against high-level spirit masters. So far, he'd already completed several of his trademark creations, the silent sleeve arrows, the subtle but deadly innuendo darts, and his self-made Zhuje divine crossbow. With those successes behind him, Tang San's confidence was growing, but he knew he couldn't afford even a moment's hesitation. As he fitted the last spring into place, he glanced over at Oscar's sleeping form and smiled to himself. Sometimes a little rest was the best preparation for the battles ahead. Tomorrow, he'd begin testing toxins and refining his designs, and by the end of the holiday, he intended to have 2 brand-new hidden weapons ready for action. Tang San's new hidden weapons gave him a decisive edge against any spirit master below level 40. No one ever saw his attacks coming. While Oscar snored peacefully, Tang San worked in the dim dormitory, assembling each blade and dart with deliberate care. By the time Oscar finally stirred, the arsenal was complete. Tang San glanced at the darkening sky. "Dinner time," he said. They headed downstairs toward the college cafeteria, but halfway there they spotted 2 familiar figures weaving in the corridor. Oscar squinted. "Is that Dai Mubai?" The tall blonde limped toward them, and beside him waddled a round, unsteady shape. Oscar's grin spread. "Ma Hongjun? What gives? Went out looking for girls and ended up getting beaten by one of them?" As a fellow disciple of Shrek Academy, Oscar knew Ma Hongjun's fierce pride, and now this sight was too good to resist ribbing him about. Dai Mubai rubbed his temples and spoke warily to Oscar. "Come on, little ow. Don't worry about it. Just give both of us some of your recovery sausages." Oscar froze in mid-laugh, exchanging a quick glance with Tang San. Something about Mubai's request felt off. Shaking himself, Oscar held out his right hand and forced the next soul spell through in a shaky, high-pitched voice. "I have a large sausage." A swirl of golden light condensed in his palm and coalesced into a plump, glowing sausage. Oscar handed it to Dai Mubai, then flicked out his fingers to summon a second one for Ma Hongjun. But Ma Hongjun simply stared, not reaching for it, and Oscar's brow furrowed in mild confusion. Not wanting to stop halfway, Oscar took a deep breath and chanted again, "I have a small sausage." 2 smaller silver-tinged sausages materialized, and he quickly offered them to Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Without a moment's hesitation, Dai Mubai snatched both sausages and crammed them into his mouth. They melted on his tongue. The golden large sausage flowed warmth through his limbs, knitting torn muscles and restoring his stamina, while the silver small sausage dissolved any lingering dizziness or cramps. Tangsan watched with a faint smile, and even Ma Hongjun's hesitation gave way to a grateful nod once he felt the appetizing energy coursing back. Oscar, though still blinky, Nang in surprise, couldn't help but feel pleased. The sausages had done exactly what he promised. Oscar peered at Ma Hongjun in confusion. "Fatty, what's wrong with you?" But Ma Hongjun barely responded. Supported on one side by Dai Mubai, he stared ahead as if life had drained right out of him. Tang San, standing quietly nearby, sensed something was very wrong. He gave Ma Hongjun a quick once-over, from his trembling hands to the emptiness in his eyes, then turned to Dai Mubai. "Boss Dai, what happened to you two?" he asked softly. Dai Mubai's expression darkened, his jaw clenched. "Little San, Fatty and I ran into someone exceptionally powerful." His voice trembled with anger and frustration. As one of the most respected Dai clan chiefs in Shuo City, he had never been so utterly humiliated. Worse still, when he'd taken Ma Hongjun to a spirit healer for treatment, the healer had delivered a devastating diagnosis. Ma Hongjun's spirit core had literally exploded. There was no hope of recovery. Hearing this, Tang San's fists tightened. He stared at his two friends. Ma Hongjun sat slumped, staring blankly, and Dai Mubai radiated fury and helplessness in equal measure. Tang San swallowed hard. "Who did this to you? Tell me, how could someone inflict such damage?" Tang San's eyes flashed coldly as he took in the battered forms of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. "Do they have any idea you're students at Shrek Academy?" Dai Mubai rubbed his swollen jaw and sighed. "Come on, Xiao-san. Fatty and I just went out for dinner. We ran into a really pretty girl. You know Fatty's martial spirit issues. He figured he'd strike up a friendly chat. Next thing we knew, she floored him like this. I tried to step between them and ended up just as bruised." Tang San glanced at Ma Hongjun in disbelief. "You're telling me she beat you both up for merely saying hello?" Oscar leaned against the wall, smirking at Ma Hongjun. Honestly, he had it coming. Flirting with a stranger, what else do you expect? Dai Mubai shot Oscar a fierce look. "Xiaoao, Fatty's your classmate. Show some loyalty and ease up on the sarcasm." He turned back to Tang San, swallowing his pride. "Sorry we look like this, Xiao-san. We didn't mean for it to go that far." Tang San crossed his arms, still frowning, but he nodded once. "Next time, think twice before picking a fight in someone else's restaurant." The three paused in the quiet corridor, bruised bodies and bruised egos alike, each lost for a moment in their own thoughts. Ma Hongjun lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and bleeding, a sorry sight even by Shrek Academy's notoriously ruthless standards. Dai Mubai loomed over him, arms crossed, an imperious glint in his eyes. "You had it coming," Dai said coldly. "But still, nobody deserves to be beaten to a pulp." Xiaoao chuckled from the sidelines. "Don't forget, we're not like other academies. At Shrek, a soul master who never dares pick a fight isn't worth a thing. This is all part of our training." Oscar clicked his tongue. "Wait, does that mean Fatty here actually lost his strength?" He crouched beside Ma Hongjun, poking at his shoulder. "And you call this training?" Dai Mubai snorted. "You're acting like you've never seen a real fight. Here, Fatty got cocky, teased a fairy, no less, and paid the price. It happens." He gave Ma Hongjun a disdainful kick. Tang San frowned at Oscar. "You know, he's in rough shape. Maybe ease up on the sarcasm." Oscar forced a wry smile and fell silent, at least for the moment. Just then, Ning Rongrong, Juju King, and Xiao Wu appeared at the edge of the clearing. Their eyes widened at the scene. Ma Hongjun's battered form, Dai's triumphant swagger, Oscar's guilty silence. Ning Rongrong rushed forward. "What on earth happened here? Why is Ma Hongjun in such a state, and why does Dai look so triumphant?" Juju King knelt by Ma Hongjun's side, brushing back his matted hair. Did he mess with a monster soul or something? Xiao Wu studied Dai with narrowed eyes. "Dai Mubai, what did you do this time?" Dai crossed his arms again, a bay, an amused smile curling his lips. "Nothing you haven't allowed, Rongrong. This is just another lesson in being a true soul master, bold, fearless, and never backing down." Ning Rongrong exchanged a worried glance with her friends. Despite Dai's confidence, even Shrek Academy had its limits, and this time, they feared he and Ma Hongjun may have crossed the line. The courtyard fell silent as the others exchanged glances. Oscar's gaze was sharp, tinged with suspicion, while Tang San bowed his head, lost in thought. At last, Oscar muttered under his breath, If you mess with a pretty girl, you'll get beaten up for sure. Hearing the words, messing with a pretty girl, Ning Rongrong and Juju King both recoiled in disgust. They'd feared something terrible had happened, only to learn they were the victims of someone's misconceptions. Well, they deserve better than a baseless beating. Daimubai stepped forward, his tone firm as he addressed Oscar. Xiao, don't jump to conclusions. He turned to the group and calmly recounted the day's events, how Ma Hongjun ended up bruised, why he'd been beaten, and how a mysterious black shadow soul beast had suddenly appeared. As he spoke, everyone listened in stunned silence. A black shadow soul beast? Tang San frowned. What on earth is that? Daimubai ran a hand through his hair, sighing. I'm not entirely sure, but it was terrifyingly powerful. I challenged it for barely 3 exchanges before it forced me to my knees. He glanced at Ma Hongjun's battered form. His injuries, every one of them, came from that creature's claws and fangs. From start to finish, Ning Rongrong and Juju King's friend never laid a finger on them. The whole fight was between us and that beast. A heavy hush settled over the group as they absorbed the revelation. Whatever this black shadow soul beast was, it had nearly overwhelmed even Daimubai, whose reputation for ferocity on the battlefield was well known. Now they realized the real danger was far greater than any schoolyard scuffle. He used nothing but the black shadow spirit beast to seriously wound Fatty and me. Tang San's brow nodded. After a moment's thought, he asked, how powerful is this black shadow spirit beast, roughly? Daimubai shook his head. I don't know exactly, but it must be cultivated for over 5,000 years, at least. I see, Tang San said, nodding slowly. He glanced at Ma Hongjun. The younger boy's pupils were dilated in fear, as if all hope had drained away. In a quiet, firm tone, Tang San continued, Boss Dai, let's escort Fatty back to the dormitory first. Once he's safe, we'll follow your lead and go confront them together. Oscar frowned. Xiao-san, if even Boss Dai can't defeat that beast, are we sure we want to go? Relax, Xiao-ao, Tang San replied with a confident smile. He raised his hand to the spirit ring on his wrist and quietly activated his second spirit, Moonlit Night at the 24 Bridges. In an instant, a small black case materialized in his palm. It was the Tang sect's finest mechanical hidden weapon, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. With that, Tang San's eyes gleamed under the pale moonlight. We're ready, he said, voice steady. Let's move. Tang San's voice dropped to a low, urgent tone. With this weapon, even a soul master of 40-plus level, unless they've mastered powerful defensive soul skills, will have only one fate when struck, death. At those words, everyone in the courtyard froze. Ning Rongrong's face went utterly pale. As a support-type soul master herself, she knew all too well how much her sect suffered from a lack of raw firepower. If what Tang San claimed was true, and the Zhuge Divine Crossbow could be produced in numbers, it would finally plug Qibao Glazed sect's greatest weakness. That's incredible, Master. Daimubai's eyes gleamed. Forging revenge against their enemies had haunted both him and Fatty for months. With a weapon like that, we really could settle the score. Tang San nodded. All right, let's carry Fatty back to the dorm first. Xiao-ao, start preparing the big sausages. Once the fight begins, there won't be time for cooking. Oscar exhaled with mock reluctance, but rose to his feet. Tang San had made it clear they moved as one. Refusal wasn't an option, and besides, he didn't relish being the odd one out. As they lifted their friend, Oscar hesitated a moment and glanced at Ning Rongrong. Hey, Rongrong, are you coming with us? Ning Rongrong blinked, steadied herself, and nodded. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. I'm not going. You two go ahead, Xiao Wu announced before Ning Rongrong could answer. Without a backward glance, she strode off toward the girls' dorm. Zhu Qing sighed, shook her head, and slipped in beside her. Ning Rongrong stood watching them go, brow furrowed. Xiao Wu, what's the matter? But neither girl paused. Left with no choice, Ning Rongrong hurried after them, muttering, Fine, I'll come too. Oscar scratched his head, clearly baffled. So the girls aren't coming, and I'm not too keen on going myself. Tang San let out a rueful sigh. Forget them. Their power won't change a thing. Dai, start by telling me what that guy's martial spirit is. Teacher's old lesson. Know your enemy, and a good friend will always win the battle. He glanced at Ma Hongjun and Oscar. It's just the 3 of us now, so we need to be extra careful. Let's talk as we walk. Daimubai nodded, slung an arm around Ma Hongjin's shoulders, and led the way toward the boys' dorms. As they moved off, he began recounting everything that had happened at noon, with Oscar trailing behind in curious silence. Tang San couldn't shake the knot of unease tightening in his chest, but loyalty to his brothers left him no choice. After gently laying Ma Hongjin to rest on the bed, he pressed Daimubai for every scrap of intelligence the White Tiger had gleaned. In no time, Tang San ran the numbers through his mind and felt a surge of confidence. Yes, they were outnumbered, but Zhujie's divine crossbow packed unimaginable power, and the 8 spider lance's venom was lethal. He was more than ready to face 2 opponents at once. He recalled his master's words: a true soul master could not cling forever to the offense. When cast into defense, one must learn to defeat the strong with the weak, the many with the few. Only by mastering that balance did one deserve the title. Furthermore, the blessing of his external soul bone, combined with the versatile control he wielded over his blue-silver grass spirit, made him more than a match for any enemy from the soul sect above level 40. And with Zhujie's crossbow waiting in his arsenal, failure simply wasn't an option. How could Tang San lose? Tang San bristled with confidence. With full command of his blue-silver grass technique and the arsenal of hidden weapons at his disposal, he was certain he could defeat even 6 opponents, let alone 4. "All right, Boss Dai," he said. "Let's find them before they leave Soto City. Some grudges are best settled on the spot." Daimubai's chest swelled with pride at Tang San's resolve. He clapped his brother on the shoulder and grinned. "That's my Xiao-san! Let's go avenge what they did to me, and to Fatty, today." Without another word, Tang San, Daimubai, Oscar, and the others darted out of Shrek Hall, racing toward Soto City as dusk began to fall. Meanwhile, in the Shrek girls' dormitory, Xiao Wu sat on her bed, knees drawn to her chest, her eyes cast downward. Tears glimmered at the corners, though she remained silent. Zhu King settled beside her, her expression guarded. Concern filled her eyes, but her naturally reserved nature left her without words. She simply reached out and offered a comforting presence in the quiet room. Ning Rongrong leaned against the academy's doorway, watching the 3 figures depart Shrek Academy with a faint, amused smile. "Zhu King," she asked casually, "do you think any of them could beat the others?" Zhu King hesitated for a moment, her tone cool. "I don't know." Rongrong's smile widened. "Then I guess they'll all lose." Zhu King said nothing further, her lips pressed into a thin line. Clapping her hands softly, Rongrong added, "I'd really like to see that Black Shadow Soul Beast in action. I've never, even in stories, heard of anyone controlling such a creature." Xiao Wu's red eyes snapped open wide. "Rongrong, did you just say Black Shadow Soul Beast?" Rongrong blinked. "Yes. What's wrong, Xiao Wu?" Without waiting for an answer, Xiao Wu pushed the door aside and bolted down the hallway so fast that even Zhu King, ever alert, could only stare after her in stunned silence. "Xiao Wu, what's wrong?" Zhu King called. "I don't know," came Xiao Wu's distant voice. "But come on, let's go find out." Chapter 72. Angry Tiger? Soto City, early evening. After the afternoon's unexpected trouble, Cheng Xiao and her companions had moved on to another restaurant for dinner. Unfamiliar with the neighborhood, they'd wandered the streets until finally stumbling upon a small, family-run eatery. Now, with their meal finished and the bill settled, the 4 of them stepped back onto the quiet street. No sooner had they turned the corner than a tall, blond youth came striding straight toward them, his expression stormy. 2 classmates followed close behind. The heavy-set boy who'd confronted them earlier was conspicuously absent, no doubt still recovering from their previous encounter. Yi Lingling folded her arms and frowned. "What's with these Shrek Academy soul masters?" she muttered. "Why do they keep picking fights everywhere they go?" The Shi brothers exchanged knowing glances and nodded. They'd been curious about the Academy's reputation, and now they were about to see firsthand what kind of training produced such hot-headed students. The 3 newcomers stopped just a few paces away. The blond youth's narrowed eyes fixed on the group. Beside him, a lean boy with a calm, thoughtful gaze, Tang San, followed his leader's stare. Tang San was the first to register Cheng Xiao's composed demeanor. Where others might have read defiance in her steady posture, he caught only a quiet confidence that gave him pause. For a moment, neither side spoke. Then, the blond youth took a deliberate step forward, ready to unleash the next round of confrontation. But Tang San's subtle glance toward his own companion hinted that perhaps this clash wouldn't go exactly as he or anyone else had planned. They hadn't seen each other in months, and Cheng Xiao's appearance had changed so much that Tang San didn't recognize him at first. All he felt was a vague sense of familiarity. Where have I seen this person before? He wondered, frowning. Cheng Xiao, by contrast, stood quietly, calmly appraising Tang San and his friends. Neither side made the first move, but their tense standoff quickly drew the onlookers' gaze. Everyone here knew the reputation of Shrek Academy, so spotting 3 of its students set the crowd murmuring. Who in Soto City would dare provoke soul masters from Shrek? One voice whispered. It's suicide. Didn't you hear their dean and vice dean are both soul saints? I heard someone actually roughed up a Shrek student this afternoon, another added. True or not, a third chimed in, it's going to be one heck of a show. Anyone foolish enough to cross Shrek Academy students is in for a world of hurt. Haha, you're right. Whether the rumors are true or not, we're just here for a good time. Honestly, those Shrek kids aren't any better than street thugs. They swagger around, hiding behind their Soul Master titles, bullying ordinary people and harassing women. I wish someone would teach them some humility. The crowd's taunts swelled into a jeering cacophony. Dai Mubai, leader of the Academy's famed Big Three, stepped forward, his presence crackling with barely contained fury. He still remembered how humiliated he'd been at noon. Now, flanked by his fellow Big Three members and armed with Tang San's ingenious concealed weapons, he had no doubt he could put their tormentors in their place. Oscar hovered nervously behind Tang San and Dai Mubai, ever ready to bolt and summon the dean at the first sign of trouble. As a mere auxiliary spirit master, he had no desire to get dragged into a full-blown brawl. Dai Mubai cracked his neck, the bones popping like dry twigs. His cold gaze swept the mocking crowd. You're getting a bit too cocky, aren't you? He warned, voice low and deadly. The laughter around them faltered as he took another step forward, every inch the predator ready to strike. You beat my brother and me this morning. Now it's my turn. Fair's fair, right? At Dai Mubai's words, the 3 spirit rings at his feet flared to life, rising to orbit him in a whirl of yellow and purple light. A spectral white T-ger coalesced behind him as he entered martial spirit possession. His claws extended with a crackle of energy, his chest thrust forward, and the word king blazed across his forehead. Dai Mubai fixed Cheng Xiao with a furious glare. She met his anger with an unflinching stare, then spoke coolly. You're no better than that overstuffed oaf you hang around with. I don't care if you're proud, pushy, or a womanizer, but you dared humiliate me, and you shamed my brother this very morning. If I kill you here and now, what's wrong with that? She let the question hang in the charged air. Surely everyone here already knows exactly what kind of morals Shrek Academy students uphold. There's no need for me to spell it out, is there? A roar of applause broke out from the onlookers. Ordinary townsfolk, usually deferential in the presence of soul masters, now couldn't help but cheer Cheng Xiao's bold challenge. A voice rose up on their behalf, and the mood shifted immediately. This young man is right, someone called out. Haven't you heard of Shrek Academy's code of conduct? Do we really need to remind you? Exactly. You're abusing your soul master status to bully us, another student snapped. Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he watched Cheng Xiao so effortlessly sway the crowd. His claws lengthened as he clenched his fists, murderous intent simmering behind his eyes. Tang San, standing just behind Dai Mubai, was equally surprised. He'd been prepared for brute strength, but not for someone who could turn public sentiment against them before a single blow was struck. A real fight now threatened to pit them against everyone else. But Tang San was no passive observer. He seized on Cheng Xiao's challenge and replied coolly, Kill us? You sound awfully confident. Have you forgotten you're facing 2 students of Shrek Academy? Tang San's voice was calm, but carried an unmistakable edge. Do you realize our dean is a soul saint? You've attacked students from Shrek Academy. Do you really think you can just walk away? Cheng Xiao's lips curved into a mocking smile. Oh, and how do you plan to deal with that? Call in your dean? Summon some bigger backer to bail you out? Tang San's jaw tightened at the slight. Beside him, Dai Mubai's eyes flared with anger. The other party was openly mocking them, insinuating they'd need to hide behind authority instead of settling things themselves. Dai Mubai didn't hesitate. Xiao-san, don't waste your breath on him. There are no cowards among Shrek Academy students. At that moment, the second soul ring on Dai Mubai's arm blazed to life. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, he roared. A pillar of brilliant white energy shot from his mouth, firing straight at Cheng Xiao. Oscar, watching from the edge of the courtyard, froze. He hadn't expected Dai Mubai to charge in so boldly, especially with so many witnesses around. Boss Dai's being awfully impulsive, he thought, heart pounding as the white beam tore toward their rival. Dai Mubai struck first, and Tang San naturally couldn't stand idle. The instant the white tiger's light beam left Dai Mubai's spear, Tang San's eyes flared with a soft purple glow. At the same moment, the 3 soul rings hovering at his feet, 2 yellow, 1 purple, rose into position, ready to leap to his aid. Yet Tang San held back. Months of training had sharpened his purple demon eye to an almost supernatural acuity, but he still lacked a clear read on the 4 opponents before him. It was far safer to observe first. If Dai Mubai ran into trouble with Cheng Xiao and the others, Tang San could intervene in an instant, and with his demon eye active, instantly analyze their martial souls. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Fierce Light Wave streamed toward Cheng Xiao like a bolt of pure white energy. Unfazed, Cheng Xiao didn't even glance up. He lifted a single hand and waved it with casual elegance. Mid-air, the spearhead of the light wave veered off its original course, snapping toward the 5 bystanders before erupting in a thunderous detonation. A sharp gust of wind followed in the blast's wake, ruffling hair and clothing alike, and marking the true beginning of the clash. The strange display made the entire crowd instinctively step back. From the way the 2 combatants clashed, it was obvious who held the advantage and who was outmatched. That guy's actually a soul master. Seems our Shrek Academy student hit a wall he can't break through. Even before the fight began, those with keen eyes had suspected Cheng Xiao's, or rather, Dai Mubai's, true level. Shrek Academy disciples might have a rogue reputation, but their talent was undeniable. Yet here stood a boy who looked scarcely more than a teenager, and his soul master cultivation had stunned everybody watching. In their world, reaching the soul master realm at such a young age marked prodigious potential, and often the backing of powerful patrons or plentiful resources. Whichever the case, it spoke volumes of his strength. When Dai Mubai's trademark White Tiger Fierce Light Wave veered wildly off course, his face registered genuine shock. He had never seen anyone so casually disrupt a technique he'd mastered long ago. After all, not even Tang San dared face down his second soul skill, but this boy had not only faced it, he'd shattered it without a second thought. Could the boy in front of him really possess greater soul power than his own? A soul master? No, that was impossible. Such a young soul master simply couldn't exist. Boss Dai, let's pull back. Oscar's voice trembled as he reached out and grabbed Dai Mubai's arm. If we keep this up, we'll get the worst of it. Though Oscar wasn't a battle soul master, anyone could see how uneven the fight was. If they pressed on, defeat was certain. But Dai Mubai wrenched his arm free, his eyes burning with anger. Stand down, he snarled. Xiaoao, if you ever interfere like that again, don't think I won't teach you a lesson. Oscar stumbled back, stunned by the ferocity in Dai Mubai's tone. Hurt and bewildered, he said nothing. He fell silent at the edge of the clearing, no longer trying to intervene. Tang San, alarmed by Dai Mubai's outburst, rushed forward. Boss Dai, are you all right? I've never seen you this worked up. Dai Mubai glanced at him, still bristling. I'm fine, Xiao-san. Let's finish this. With that, he turned resolutely toward their mysterious opponent, determination lighting his features. Tang San stepped in beside him, ready to face whatever came next. I'll show him exactly what happens when someone dares to cross Dai Mubai. In an instant, Dai Mubai's body was suffused with a brilliant white light. He roared in fury. Third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra transformation. Chapter 73. Oscar the rational Dai Mubai bared his teeth and unleashed his third soul skill. Within moments, his muscles swelled until black stripes rippled across his skin. The White Tiger King Kong transformation was in full effect. For the next 30 minutes, his resistance to abnormal conditions would skyrocket, and his strength, attack, and defense would all double. It was the perfect self-buff, unstoppable amplification embodied. "You're in deep trouble today," he growled, eyes flashing with savage intent. A searing white light radiated from his body, and the roar of his soul power washed over the arena like a physical force. Even the onlookers felt the pressure building in their chests. On the sidelines, Tang San's fingers twitched. Violet light flickered in his eyes as he called forth concealed blades and darts, gifts of the 24 Bridges Moon Knight technique. The moment Dai Mubai teetered on the brink of danger, Tang San would spring into action without a second thought. That was the bond of brotherhood they shared. When one stood at the edge, the other would be there to catch him. "Lingling, fall back," Cheng Xiao ordered, his voice calm yet authoritative. Yi Lingling nodded and stepped aside without hesitation. Cheng Xiao then faced the two Shimo brothers standing silently behind her. Shimo, guard Lingling at all costs." The brothers acknowledged with slight inclinations of their heads and moved into position around Ye Lingling, their massive shields raised in perfect unison. As defensive spirit masters, their offensive output was modest, but their impenetrable defense made them the perfect protectors for a support spirit master. This formation was classic royal fighting team strategy. The sturdy defensives shield the support specialist, the controllers dominate the battlefield, the heavy hitters unleash raw power, and the agile fighters strike from the shadows. Satisfied with the setup, Cheng Xiao shifted his gaze to Dai Mubai. A soft crack echoed as he cracked his neck and flexed his shoulders, then lifted his right palm. Instantly, the air around him seemed to still as he drew upon the power of his ruler spirit. A silent ripple of force surged outward, so subtle that at first it went unnoticed. In the next heartbeat, the unseen blow struck Dai Mubai full on the cheek. His confident expression warped in pain as his handsome features puffed up instantly. Staggering backward, he blinked in stunned silence, caught off guard by the phantom strike. Dai Mubai pressed a trembling hand to his cheek, staring at Cheng Xiao in stunned confusion. What had just happened? Why had he been slapped out of the blue? Cheng Xiao hadn't even thrown a punch, yet the pounding pain on Dai Mubai's face left no doubt. He'd been soundly beaten. Rage flared. "You're going to pay for that," Dai Mubai roared, his 10 razor-sharp tiger claws snapping into place as he lunged forward. He was certain that even a graze from those claws would rip through Cheng Xiao's defenses like paper. But before Dai Mubai's claws could strike, Cheng Xiao moved with blinding speed. He caught Dai Mubai's wrist in a vice-like grip and unleashed his soul skill. A devastating force erupted from Cheng Xiao's body, and with a sickening crack, like a brittle branch snapping, Dai Mubai's wrist shattered in his hand. "Ah!" Dai Mubai howled, staggering backward as waves of agony crashed through him. He stared in disbelief at Cheng Xiao's calm, unperturbed expression. With nothing more than his third soul skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Cheng Xiao had crushed his wrist as if it were made of straw. Such power! How could one man wield such terrifying strength? Dai Mubai's vision cleared. The burning fury in his eyes instantly collapsed into stark, horrific fear as he stared at Cheng Xiao, his posture and expression like a harbinger of death. But Cheng Xiao showed no mercy. With a gesture, he invoked the power of the ruler once more, an invisible force seizing Dai Mubai's torso and bending it painfully backward. Without hesitation, Cheng Xiao swung his thigh high and slammed it down on Dai Mubai's back like a thunderbolt. The impact, as if crushed by 10,000 pounds of weight, drove Dai Mubai to his knees. Before he could steady himself, Cheng Xiao's leg flicked out in a second, lightning-quick kick that struck Dai Mubai's lower abdomen. Dai Mubai sailed through the air like a kite whose string had snapped, his body tracing a wide arc before he slammed into the ground in a cloud of dust. "Brother Dai!" Tang San shouted, but he was too late to stop the attack. Heart-pounding, he lashed out with his blue-silver grass. In an instant, the silvery vines snaked forward, coiled around Dai Mubai's waist, and yanked him back from the choking dust. Dai Mubai collapsed onto his side, gasping for breath, while Cheng Xiao stood over him, every bit as formidable as the rumors had said. Tang San knelt beside his fallen companion, the grass still taut in his hand, determined not to let him be struck again. Tang San's voice rang out, "Xiaoao, give him the sausage!" He seized Oscar by the shoulder and with a forceful surge of Xuantiangong energy, rushed it through his own arms to realign Dai Mubai's shattered wrist bones. Despite Tang San's desperate intervention, Dai Mubai lay motionless. A thin stream of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his ashen face spoke volumes about his dire state. "I've got it," Oscar answered, his tone urgent. He muttered the words of his soul's spell under his breath, then grabbed the sausage and pressed it to Dai Mubai's lips. Even this simple nourishment was critical. Any delay in treatment now could prove fatal. Tang San's expression darkened until his features were mere shadows. He watched Dai Mubai struggle for every shallow breath, white-knuckled fists clenching at his sides. Rage, cold and unyielding, surged through him, sharpening his senses into a single blade of fury. His gaze snapped upward to where Cheng Xiao stood, face impassive, as if watching a play. Cheng Xiao had struck one of Shrek Academy's finest, his sworn brother, and to Tang San, it was nothing less than attempted murder. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life here and now, Tang San vowed he would not let this injustice go unanswered. The students of Shrek Academy had been attacked, and his brother Tang San had been wounded. The only fitting end for their assailant was death. Tang San's aura darkened, a low, dangerous pressure that made the air around him tremble. Oscar grabbed his shoulder. "Tang San, don't be reckless. Not even Boss Dai could handle him alone. We need to fall back, now." Tang San wrenched free, eyes flashing with ice. "Xiao Ao," he whispered, voice low and deadly, "let me use my hidden weapons. In 3 rounds, I'll end him for good." I never wanted to go that far, but they crippled Boss Dai and left Fatty, unable to live as a man ever again. I can't, won't, let this slide. Oscar's face went ashen with anger. "You're out of your mind. Do you really think a soul master capable of killing Boss Dai is some pushover you can crush at your leisure? If we keep fighting here, we'll be burying our own bodies for no gain." He shook his head. "Have you forgotten the dean? And the others back at the college? They'll be looking for us any minute." Tang San's jaw clenched, but Oscar's words cut through his fury. He took a steadying breath and looked around at the smoldering ruins of the courtyard. "You're right," he admitted at last. "We'll regroup with the dean, and then we'll settle this once and for all." Together, the two friends turned and sprinted toward the academy gates, the promise of revenge burning in Tang San's heart, but tempered by the necessity of a smarter plan and the hope of preventing any more needless bloodshed. "They'll pay for what they did to us." Tang San's face was still dark with anger, but at Oscar's words, the white glow around his palms dimmed and vanished. He lifted his head, fixing Cheng Xiao and the others with a cold, murderous stare. "Just wait and see," he warned. "If you hurt a single person from Shrek Acad, Emmy, don't even think about leaving Soto City in one piece." Slowly he unclenched his fists, the purple fire dying out in his eyes. With a deep breath, he and Oscar bent down and hoisted the unconscious Dai Mubai onto their shoulders. They were about to stride away when a sudden commotion among the crowd stopped them in their tracks. "Hold on. When did Soto City get so many gorgeous girls? Am I dreaming?" a young man shouted, craning his neck for a better look. "Dreaming? Sure, keep dreaming," another retorted. "But that doesn't give you the right to gawk like there's some kind of show." "Hey, bud, watch it. That comment's offensive. Maybe you ought to take it back." As the murmurs escalated into a heated dispute, Tang San exchanged a glance with Oscar. Their departure would have to wait. The crowd was thinning now, the excited chatter fading as people drifted away. Pushing through the last clusters of onlookers, Oscar and Tang San finally spotted the girls who trailed them but stayed out of the fight. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Juju King, and another companion. "Rongrong? What are you doing here?" Oscar asked, cheeks coloring at the surprise. Xiao Wu and the others sprang forward when they saw Dai Mubai crumpled in Tang San and Oscar's arms, completely unconscious. Dust and sweat caked his furrowed brow. There wasn't a trace of the fierce, towering fighter they all knew. Even usually unflappable Ning Rongrong and Juju King stared in disbelief. Ning Rongrong stepped closer, concern knitting her brow. "Xiao Ao, how could Boss Dai end up like this?" Oscar managed a wry, hollow laugh. "I wish I knew. 3 rounds. That's all it took for him to be knocked out cold. We'd better get him back to the academy and find the dean." Ning Rongrong and Juju King exchanged a stunned glance. They were well aware of Daimubai's legendary strength. If he could be felled so easily, what must their opponent's power have been? Rallying her courage, Ningrongrong turned to Tang San. Tang San, where did the man who struck him go? Tell us, where is he now? Xiao Wu swept her gaze across the clearing, but the face she was looking for never appeared. Why can't I find her? She asked Tang San, frustration lacing her voice. Tang San offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Xiao Wu. I'm sure she's... He never got to finish. In an instant, Xiao Wu's posture snapped to attention, as though she'd caught sight of something just beyond the edge of his vision. She turned away, avoiding Tang San's puzzled look, then slipped past him and broke into a run. Tang San froze. Leaning heavily on Daimubai's supporting arm, he swung around to see where she was headed, and his heart lurched. Xiao Wu was sprinting straight toward the cluster of soul masters that included Cheng Xiao and the others. Could she really be going to take revenge? Xiao Wu, wait! Come back! Tang San dropped Daimubai's arm and shouted with every ounce of strength he had. But Xiao Wu didn't slow. Her figure blurred into the distance, resolute and unafraid as she dashed toward her destination. Chapter 74, Students of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu moved in a blur. Tang San's blue-silver grass whipped through the air, trying to ensnare her, but 3 brilliant soul rings pulsed into existence around her wrist. The third glowed fiercely, and with a sudden flash, her third soul skill, teleportation, activated. She curled into a tight ball, slipped free of the grass's grasp, and vanished. In the next heartbeat, she materialized before Cheng Xiao. Xiao Wu, be careful, Tang San cried, his heart pounding. He'd known she meant to help them avenge Daimubai's defeat, but he hadn't expected such fearless resolve, charging headlong at the very soul master who had so easily bested his friend. Only now did he understand why his teacher had always urged him to watch Xiao Wu more closely. Master had seen her true strength all along. Sure enough, placing his faith in the teacher had never led him astray. As Xiao Wu stood her ground, Cheng Xiao froze, momentarily stunned by her sudden appearance. Cheng Xiao! The moment Xiao Wu recognized him, she could no longer contain herself. She sprang forward and threw her arms around Cheng Xiao, her tears sparkling like dewdrops as they trickled down her cheeks. Her body trembled with the release of days, no, weeks, of bottled-up emotion. Yi Lingling and the Shi brothers froze in stunned silence. They had braced for an attack on Cheng Xiao, and now this? Cheng Xiao himself was rooted to the spot, utterly unprepared for her embrace. He felt Xiao Wu's quivering form pressed against him, the weight of all her fears and hopes pouring out at last. But this made no sense. She was supposed to be safe in the Stardew Great Forest, far from any of the Spirit Hall's schemes. What was she doing here in Soto City? Xiao Wu, you... Cheng Xiao managed to murmur, helpless. He opened his mouth again, but the words wouldn't come. A moment ago, he'd thought he was protecting her by placing her under the forest's guardianship. Since affiliating himself, even nominally, with Douluo, he had a powerful patron on his side. Yet here was Xiao Wu, risking everything to find him. He gently slid his arms around her, heart pounding with relief and the sudden urgency of unanswered questions. "Why are you here?" he whispered. Xiao Wu buried her face in his chest, her tears soaking into his robes. "I was afraid. I couldn't wait any longer." Cheng Xiao closed his eyes, steeling himself. They had been given a rare reprieve by fate. Now it was up to him to keep her safe. Xiao Wu, however, was in a league of her own. As a soul beast incarnation, Bibi Dong would never allow anyone to harm her without unleashing an army in her defense. What really baffled Cheng Xiao was how Xiao Wu, who'd been living deep in the Stardew Great Forest, had suddenly turned up here in Soto City as a student of Shrek Academy. If the girl had slipped away on her own, why choose this particular academy? There was no obvious reason. Tang San watched the scene from across the training ground, a storm of conflicting emotions churning through him. He'd assumed Xiao Wu meant to back them up, to cause a little chaos for their opponents. Now he realized how wrong he'd been. Worse still, he'd clung to the hope that Xiao Wu's appearance had something to do with him. The truth hit him like a cold wave. He'd been overthinking everything. Anger and embarrassment flared in his chest. He balled his hands into fists, the knuckles white, and fixed Xiao Wu with a dark, hurt glare. Ning Rongrong and Juju King exchanged stunned looks. Xiaowu, normally so reserved and single-minded about her cultivation, was acting completely out of character around that boy. Could there really be something subtle or even romantic going on between them? Cheng Xiao shook herself, her expression torn between curiosity and disbelief. Xiaowu, she began, but the question in her eyes said it all. I'm sorry. Xiaowu lifted her tear-streaked face, her ruby-red eyes shining like twin jewels. She swallowed hard, voice trembling. I didn't keep the promise we made. I failed you. Cheng Xiao exhaled softly, then reached out to brush a strand of hair aside and gently stroke one of her rabbit ears. His smile was warm, reassuring. It's okay. I believe you. Their quiet moment was broken by a low, curious voice. Cheng Xiao, what are you two doing? Startled, Xiaowu let go of Cheng Xiao's hand and stepped back, her cheeks burning. She glanced guiltily at Qinming and Yu Tianheng as they approached, both wearing raised eyebrows. Before Cheng Xiao could answer, Xiaowu tugged at his sleeve, her ears drooping with embarrassment. I'll go back with Rongrong and the others, she stammered, forcing a shaky curtsy. You two, finish up whatever you were doing. And with that, she turned on her heel and fled down the path, not daring to look back. Cheng Xiao slowed to a halt as he watched Ye Lingling hurriedly circle back toward him, her face uncharacteristically downcast. Curious, he followed her gaze, and sure enough, there stood Tang San, shoulders slumped in the direction of Shrek Academy. Cheng Xiao wondered if teacher Qin Ming had put two and two together when he called out his name earlier. Just then, Xiaowu slipped back into the group, and Tang San trudged off beside Oscar and the others, his mood as dark as the gathering clouds. Before they disappeared from sight, Ning Rongrong and Juju King each cast Cheng Xiao a quick, wary look, then shuffled away without another word. Watching their retreat, Qin Ming's brow furrowed, and he turned to Ye Lingling. Lingling, did you have a disagreement with someone? He asked quietly. Ye Lingling didn't hesitate. She explained how Ma Hongjun had harassed her earlier, how Cheng Xiao had jumped to her defense, and how the whole incident had spiraled into rumors about revenge. They're saying you're out to settle scores, she finished, glancing at Cheng Xiao. And now they claim you've been seducing female students from their academy. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed as he studied Cheng Xiao. Let me get this straight, he said slowly. First, you stood up for Lingling, and now you're accused of luring away their girls? Cheng Xiao's heart thudded in his chest. He opened his mouth, but for a moment, utterly speechless, he could only stare back, stunned by the absurdity of it all. Qin Ming chuckled when he saw Cheng Xiao's puzzled expression. He reached out and patted his shoulder. Come on, teacher, I was just teasing. You handled it perfectly. Sometimes facing a lowlife like that deserves a little payback, right? He turned to Ye Lingling. By the way, Lingling, what school did you say those students were from? Lingling paused, thinking it over. If I remember correctly, they're from Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? Qin Ming's expression flickered. Rimana, so they're suggesting that soul masters who stay on the sidelines are inferior? I'm not really sure, Lingling admitted, shaking her head. Why, teacher? Do you know them? Yu Tianheng noticed Qin Ming's sudden unease and raised an eyebrow. Before he could press the matter, Qin Ming waved him off. No more questions, Tianheng. Head back and get some rest tonight. You've got a soul battle tomorrow, and you don't want to skimp on tomorrow's training. Understood, teacher. The Huangdo students echoed, falling into step behind Qin Ming. Together, they made their way to Soto City's only lodging, the Rose Hotel, to prepare for the challenges ahead. Cheng Xiao lingered at the back of the group, lost in thought. No matter how he turned it over in his mind, one name kept surfacing as the true reason Xiaowu had suddenly appeared at Shrek Academy. Tang San's father, the legendary 95th level Haochen Douluo, Tang Hao. Why would someone of Tang Hao's stature involve himself so directly? The question weighed on Cheng Xiao's every step. A cold, clipped voice cut through his reverie. What's on your mind? Ye Lingling asked, her eyes fixed on him. Startled, Cheng Xiao forced a casual smile. Oh, nothing special, he replied lightly. I just remembered something. Ye Lingling arched an eyebrow. You were thinking pretty hard for nothing special. Cheng Xiao shrugged, tucking a loose strand of hair behind his ear. Just chasing shadows, he said softly, unwilling to share the storm of questions brewing in his head. With that, the group resumed its walk down the academy's stone corridor, but Cheng Xiao's thoughts remained locked on one impossible possibility: Tang Hao's hand in Xiao Wuwu's dramatic arrival. Chapter 75. His name is Cheng Xiao. Isn't it nice? Tang San and his companions staggered through the gates of Shrek Academy, supporting the unconscious Dai Mubai between them. Their shoulders ached from the weight, but none dared slow their pace, until they nearly collided with a lone figure waiting by the entrance. Dean Flanders stood there, arms folded, his face shadowed with concern. At the sight of the students supporting Dai Mubai, his expression sharpened. Tang-san, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, what happened? His voice was calm but edged with ice. Tang-san straightened. Dean Flanders. Beside him, Oscar, Juju King, Ning Rongrong, and the bruised Ma Hongjun stepped forward. Dai Mubai lay limp in Tang-san and Oscar's arms, his breathing shallow. Flanders' gaze swept over Ma Hongjun's battered form. Earlier that day, the dean had gone to inspect the boys' dormitory only to find Ma Hongjun unconscious and badly beaten. Fury had driven him to summon Xiao Xin, the food-type soul master, whose high-tier healing technique had stabilized Hongjun but done little to ease his pain. Frustrated and worried, Flanders had come out to await Tang-san's return. Now he asked again, more softly, "Explain everything from the start." Tang-san took a steadying breath. "We were exploring the Soul Beast labyrinth. Mubai pressed ahead and was ambushed by a powerful soul beast. I managed to drive it off, but it struck him down before I could reach him." Flanders nodded, a flicker of relief crossing his stern features. "Get him to the infirmary immediately. He needs rest and proper care." He turned to Ma Hongjun, concern softening his tone. "You two, don't push yourself. Let the healers handle it." With a curt nod, Tang-san and Oscar resumed their careful trek toward the academy's infirmary, Juju King and Ning Rongrong following to lend support. Flanders watched them go, his thoughts already running ahead, planning treatments, future precautions, and how best to protect the academy's students from the dangers lurking beyond its walls. Dean Flanders' face was ashen with fury. He had long known how honorable his cherished student was and had planned to hear Tang-san's account of events, but now rage overtook him. Not only had their adversaries harmed Tang-san's friend, Ma Hongjun, they'd attacked his own students as well. It was utterly intolerable. "Tang-san," Flanders began, only to be cut off by his own seething glare. Gathering himself, Tang-san quickly explained the whole ordeal, how Ma Hongjun had been wounded, how he and Dai Mubai had managed only to inflict minor revenge, and how Dai Mubai had then stepped in, only for all of them to be overwhelmed and driven back, bruised and chastened. At this, Flanders spun to look at the unconscious Dai Mubai, his face thunderous. He turned sharply back to Tang-san. "Why didn't you come to me, or to Master, when this happened? You know as well as I do that if you can't handle something on your own, you call for help. You don't charge in alone against danger far above your level." He paused, letting the words sink in, then continued more quietly, though no less intensely. "From now on, if you intend to settle a score, you recruit partners who can match your foes. Otherwise, you end up right where you are, outmatched and relying on luck to escape with your lives. Fighting Soul Masters isn't an excuse to go chasing after girls all day," Flanders thundered. "Because of Mubai and Hongjun's foolish flirting, you've all ended up beaten and sprawled out here? What were you thinking?" Under his furious glare, every Shrek disciple shrank back, not daring to meet his eyes. Flanders let out a heavy sigh. Though anger still burned in his chest, his disciples' battered bodies reminded him that as their teacher, he couldn't abandon them now. And after the way they humiliated one of our own in Soto City, there was no way he'd let the culprit walk away unpunished. He'd already settled on a lesson harsh enough to turn heads, something that would scar them, perhaps even maim them, but never take a life. Turning to Tang-san, Flanders fixed him with a steely stare. "Tell me who ordered this vicious ambush. I want a name, and I want that person in front of me now." Tang-san paused, gathering his thoughts before speaking. "Dean Flanders, the man we faced didn't introduce himself by name, but from my observations, he and his companions must also be students of the academy. One of them, a middle-aged fellow who seemed to lead the group, said his name was Cheng Xiao." "Students of the academy?" Dean Flanders blinked in surprise. "And do you know the name of their leader?" Tang-san shook his head. I'm sorry, no, I didn't hear it, but I sensed a powerful fire attribute aura around him. His martial spirit has to be fire-based. A fire martial spirit, Flanders repeated, frowning as he considered the implications. From Tang San's description, he formed a troubling hypothesis, but he kept his doubts to himself. If his guess was correct, then today's skirmish might amount to nothing more than an exercise in futility. All right, he said at last, pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Take Mubai to Teacher Xiao Xin for treatment right away. As for you, tomorrow you'll begin the second stage of the Master's training program. You're dismissed from any other duties today. Take care. At those words, Tang San's face darkened. Dean Flanders, is that it? You're just going to let this go? Flanders rested a firm hand on his shoulder. Not at all. I won't let this pass. His tone turned grave. Leave it to me. You get some rest. With that, he turned and strode out of the academy courtyard without another glance back. Tang San watched him go, frustration knotting his chest. Since enrolling at Shrek Academy, he had never been so thoroughly humiliated or so helpless. The dean had promised justice for his brother but done nothing. Even Xiao Wu, his closest friend from Notting, seemed disappointed in him. He replayed the moment in his mind. When the rival captain uttered Tang San's name, recognition had struck him like lightning. Only one person at Notting Academy had ever defeated him so decisively. Only that person could have forced Xiao Wu into a fighting stance. Tang San had never before witnessed. And speaking of Xiao Wu, Tang San still didn't understand why she'd suddenly shown up at Shrek's front gates a few months ago after having so firmly declined to transfer with him. She hadn't offered an explanation, and he hadn't dared to press her. Now, though, every unanswered question felt more urgent than ever. He took a deep breath, shook off the lingering sting of defeat, and headed inside. With Dean Flanders on the case, he told himself, justice would come in time. For now, all he could do was prepare and hope that the truth behind Xiao Wu's return would finally reveal itself. Tang San's mind spun with questions about why Xiao Wu had come here. He never would have guessed that her arrival at Shrek Academy was the direct result of something one of his own relatives had done. It all went back to when Xiao Wu was officially recognized upon entering Notting Academy, a decision his relative had reached only after a long period of soul-searching. Wrong. The mistress and I will take Boss Dai to get treated first. You should go back and rest, Oscar said, brushing a stray lock of hair from his forehead. I know. Why do you talk more than my father? Ning Rongrong shot back, rolling her eyes. Oscar scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. We're classmates, right? Just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. With that, Oscar and Tang San supported Dai Mubai and headed toward the teacher's dormitory. Left behind in the corridor, Xiao Wu brightened at seeing the people she cared about. She linked arms with Ning Rongrong and Juju King, and the three of them laughed and chatted as they made their way back to the girls' dormitory. Back in the girls' dormitory, Juju King and Ning Rongrong watched in surprise as Xiao Wu burst into unexpected cheerfulness. It was as if this playful, carefree girl had always been her true self, so different from the quiet, cultivation-obsessed comrade they'd come to know. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who was this boy? Xiao Wu had embraced in Soto City. What kind of spirit power did he possess to change her so completely? Meanwhile, Juju King held her usual cool expression, but a touch of envy shone at the corners of her eyes. She, too, had once dreamed of meeting someone who could awaken her heart, but seeing Xiao Wu lost in blissful affection made her question whether such daydreams were nothing more than fantasies. Xiao Wu seemed swept away by the moment, lingering among the cherry blossoms without a thought for the Spirit Master Tournament's looming trials, or how a defeat there might alter her destiny. She cared only for the joy she felt now. Watching her friend so entranced, Juju King's resolve hardened. As soon as they left Xingluo Academy, she would throw herself into training with all her might, determined to defy any fate that threatened to hold her back. The moment Xiao Wu laid eyes on him, she knew all her assumptions had been nothing more than self-deception. Xiao Wu, what's going on between you and that guy? Ning Rongrong finally burst out, perching beside her friend. Why did you lose your cool the instant you saw him? Something's definitely different. Xiaowu stuck out her tongue in a teasing gesture, then smiled. It's nothing serious. I just haven't seen him in ages, and suddenly bumping into him today caught me off guard. I got a little carried away. Ningrongrong's brow furrowed. Wait, so you two were apart for a long time? Does that mean you knew each other back in college? Xiaowu's cheeks flushed at the term, knew each other. She hesitated, then admitted in a softer tone. Actually, it was more than friendship. Before Ningrongrong could ask for details, Juzuqing cleared her throat. She fixed Xiaowu with a steely gaze. His name is Cheng Xiao. I heard their leader call him that name, someone said. Xiaowu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her cheeks warming. Yes, his name is Cheng Xiao. Isn't it lovely? She smiled so brightly her eyes curved into little crescents. Ningrongrong and Juzuqing exchanged delighted looks. Ningrongrong nudged Xiaowu. Come on, admit it. You've got a crush on Cheng Xiao, don't you? Juzuqing nodded eagerly. Xiaowu's blush deepened as she wriggled in her seat. Well, I wouldn't say that. Rongrong's eyes gleamed with mischief. Besides, I heard Tongsan might have feelings for you too. Juzuqing jumped. Wait, really? Xiaowu crossed her arms, frowning slightly. So what? Just because someone likes me doesn't mean I like them back. The room fell into playful silence as each girl pondered the new twist. Sengling, the rumor of Tongsan's interest had definitely shaken up their afternoon chat. Rongrong, Xiaowu teased. Oscar clearly likes you. Why aren't you seeing it? Ningrongrong fell silent. Xiaowu was right. Oscar's interest in her had been obvious for some time. Yet Rongrong had never allowed herself to consider it seriously. As leader of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, she was bound by its strict traditions. According to sect law, a leader could never take an auxiliary soul master as a spouse, and there had never been a combat-type auxiliary soul master on the Douluo Continent. Besides, her fathers, Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bones, would never permit her to flout those rules for the sake of romance. Outside, the night sky stretched endlessly, the silver moon riding high overhead. Its pale light sifted through the air like fine, shimmering sand. Tonight, some hearts would lie restless and awake, others untroubled would drift into sweet dreams. But for Ningrongrong, sleep would not come easily. Chapter 76, Betting, Royal Fighting Team. The morning after their last bout, the Royal Fighting Team gathered quietly over breakfast. Once the meal was finished, Qin Ming cleared his throat. Everyone, he said, the soul fighting matches don't start until tonight. To keep yourselves fresh, let's spend the daylight hours focusing solely on our soul power training. Save your energy for the arena. Reluctantly, the team members dispersed, each returning to their rooms to meditate and refine their soul rings. They sat in peaceful silence, drawing in ambient spirit energy and coaxing it into their cores, inch by inch, strengthening the bond between body and soul. All day long, that single purpose guided them, to reach the peak of their power before the night's competition. When dusk fell, the Soto Grand Soul Fighting Arena once again transformed into a riot of light and noise. Lanterns blazed along the outer walls, banners snapped in the breeze, and vendors hawked snacks and betting slips. From every corner of the city and beyond, spectators poured in, filling the stands to capacity. For the people of the Douluo Continent, this was the grandest entertainment of all. The wealthy arrived in carriages, eager for the thrill of high-stakes matches. Not far behind them came the common folk, clutching the arena's economy tickets, priced so low that even laborers could afford the spectacle. As long as they had roof over their heads and food in their bellies, ordinary men and women would gladly part with a few spirit coins to see the soul masters fight. After all, on this continent, simply witnessing a clash of soul powers, and perhaps placing a small bet, was enough to sate the vanity and excitement of the masses. Tonight, the Royal Fighting Team would step into that arena, and countless eyes would be upon them. Because these tickets were the cheapest available, ordinary civilians could only watch the lower-tier soul battles, hardly the kind of electrifying contests that drew the real excitement. Those were reserved for the wealthy and the nobility. And since the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena permitted betting, it had become a battleground of influence and wealth, where nobles matched wits and fortunes both openly and in secret. Now, as the next round approached, spectators poured into the arena in an unending tide. From the VIP entrance, ringed by guards and velvet ropes, luxury carriages rolled in at regular intervals. Only those of noble birth or with formidable connections could pass through that gate. Their attention, naturally, fixed on the central stadium of Soto City's Grand Fighting Spirit Arena, where the true elite combatants would soon make their appearance. Qin Ming led the royal fighting team to the Soto City Grand Fighting Spirit Arena without so much as glancing at a map. In the past, whenever he arrived in a new city, he'd have to ask for directions, but stepping into this arena felt oddly like coming home to the Tiando Grand Fighting Spirit Arena. The team members exchanged puzzled looks but stayed silent, assuming Qin Ming had quietly scouted the route during the day. The Soto Arena was noticeably smaller than Tiando's, though its familiar oval shape and general layout matched other fighting spirit arenas they'd seen. Aside from a few differences in size and local regulations, the venues were virtually identical. Inside, Qin Ming gathered everyone, outlined the evening's training plan, and assigned roles. With that settled, he led the team to the group registration area to complete their sign-up. After Qin Ming handed over the Royal Fighting Team's group battle badge, the clerk's eyes went wide in surprise. He examined the badge with visible care, then let out a long, frustrated sigh. "I'm sorry, Soulmasters," he said, returning the badge. "You won't be able to participate in tonight's team spirit fight." Qin Ming frowned. "Why not?" The clerk shrugged apologetically. "There are no other silver-tier teams at level 30 here in Soto City to match you. We could pair you with a bronze-tier team at level 30 if their spirit power is comparable, but that arrangement requires special approval from my supervisor." "Then I'd like to see your supervisor," Qin Ming said. "Certainly," the clerk replied, hastily stepping through a door at the back of the office. Qin Ming and his teammates exchanged puzzled glances. They'd never encountered such a restriction before, but they'd come this far. Waiting a few minutes more wouldn't hurt. The ticking of the clock on the wall filled the silence, but it didn't stretch as long as they feared. Before they knew it, footsteps sounded down the corridor. In less than a minute, the staff member who had stepped away came hurrying back. "So the supervisor has approved your request. We have several bronze-tier spirit combat teams above level 30. One in particular is exceedingly brutal. They actually injure their opponents in every match. Because of their vicious style, no one dares face them, so they've been stuck in bronze tier ever since." "A team that injures its opponents?" Qin Ming raised an eyebrow. He thought for a moment, then said, "Fine, arrange that match for us. Our team is called the Royal Fight. We have 7 members, all Soul Masters." "Certainly, sir." The staff member nodded eagerly and dashed off to notify his superior. A silver-tier spirit combat team at the Soul Master level was still a rare commodity in Soto City, after all. Before long, word spread throughout the Royal Fight area. The bronze-tier team they'd be facing was known as the Crazy God Team, and their captain answered to the name Crazy Wu. According to the staff's reports, the Crazy God Team hadn't set foot in a team soul fight for months. Their reputation preceded them. Every match ended in either death or grievous injury, and as a result, all the other level 30 bronze teams flatly refused to face them. Who in their right mind would risk their life against a squad infamous for feral tactics and utter ruthlessness? From the day they formed, the Crazy God Team embraced nothing but chaos. At first, crushing their opponents in sheer one-sided victories proved insufficient to draw wealthy backers. Clean wins simply weren't entertaining enough. Then came the incident that changed everything. In one pivotal bout, their captain, known as Crazy Wu, unintentionally killed the rival team's leader in the heat of combat. The shockwave that followed was precisely the spectacle they needed. Suddenly, deep-pocketed sponsors were clamoring for a piece of the action. Tasting that lucrative attention, the Crazy God Team went off the rails. Now, whenever they register for a soul fight, their opponents step into the ring already beaten on momentum alone. No one's eager to challenge them anymore, and for most, the risk simply isn't worth the reward. Before a single clash has occurred, the Crazy God Team's rivals have already retreated in their hearts. Facing an opponent who might well unleash apocalyptic power at any moment, most teams simply refuse to face them. Why risk life and limb in a match you're almost certain to lose? This reputation for brutality carried the Crazy Gods undefeated through the Bronze League, but it came at a cost. No team would agree to fight them in silver, where the real money and prestige lie. Without official bouts, the Crazy Gods have no match fees, and their sponsors, wealthy patrons who bankroll them only on the condition that they keep battling, have begun to grow restless. The players have grown used to upscale apartments, private training grounds, and generous stipends. To lose that lifestyle is unthinkable. Then came a sudden invitation, a high-stakes bout at the Grand Fighting Spirit Arena, pitting them against a roster of top-tier challengers. It was exactly the opportunity they needed, not only to secure much-needed income, but to prove themselves once and for all and convince investors to double down. Captain Kwang Wu wasted no time. He summoned every member of the Crazy God team, loaded their gear into the team van, and sped toward the Grand Stadium. Victory here would not only keep the lights on, would open the door to fresh funding and the chance to climb into the Silver League on their own terms. With resolve hardening in his chest, Kwang Wu vowed they would leave no doubt. The Crazy Gods would fight, and they would win. The atmosphere inside Soto Arena crackled with excitement. Word had spread through every corridor and concession stand. The top brass had announced a challenge match. The famed Crazy God team would finally face an opponent bold enough to test their mettle. Naturally, this news sent the betting windows into a frenzy. After all, the arena's lifeblood was the thrill of high-stakes wagers. As soon as the special betting station opened, gamblers swarmed in. On one side, the line to back the Crazy God team snaked so long it almost doubled back on itself. Their odds, set low by oddsmakers confident in the team's track record, felt too good to pass up. Shouts of, "I'll take 10,000 on Crazy God," and "Hurry, odds rising," echoed off the marble pillars. Meanwhile, at the counters offering bets on the mysterious challengers, the newly formed Royal Fighting Team, there was hardly a soul. A handful of curious punters drifted over, craning their necks to read the poster. Royal Fighting Team, unrivaled potential, unproven performance. But most shook their heads and walked on. Who in their right mind would gamble on an unknown squad against the best in the league? Yet amid the chaos, a few determined bettors stepped up, their eyes alight with opportunity. They'd studied the newcomers' limited scrimmage tapes, recognized hidden talent in their synchronized formations and daring maneuvers. To them, the Royal Fighting Team might be the dark horse that upends all expectations and pays out a fortune. All around the Grand Hall, these rival currents of confidence and doubt surged and collided. Somewhere beyond the betting booths, the two teams prepared to face off, each fueled by a different sort of energy, one by reputation, the other by restless ambition. In just a few hours, Soto Arena would bear witness to a contest that could rewrite fighting spirit history and keep the bookmakers sweating long into the night. Despite the outcome looking like a foregone conclusion, a young man dressed in black, with striking purple eyes, strode confidently up to the Royal Fighting Team's betting booth. His unexpected choice left the clerks gaping in disbelief. "I'm betting 1,500 gold soul coins on the Royal Fighting Team," he announced, voice steady. Chapter 77. Be careful when betting. 1,500 gold coins? The betting clerk blinked in surprise. "Are you sure?" Cheng Xiao met his gaze coolly. "Yes." Without another word, the clerk took Cheng Xiao's gilded coin card, swiped it across the terminal, and confirmed the wager. In the Great Soul Arena, competing spirit masters are forbidden from betting on their own matches, but since Cheng Xiao wasn't fighting today, the restriction didn't apply. With his 1,500 coin bet safely in place, he turned to head toward the spectator stands and wait for the Royal Du family's team to appear. Just then, a stout middle-aged man in a dark suit came striding up with urgency in his step. He stopped at the Royal Du team's betting counter, shot Cheng Xiao a polite nod, and handed the clerk his own golden coin card. "Bet 30,000 gold soul coins on the Royal Du team," he said firmly. 30,000 gold soul coins, the clerk exclaimed, scarcely believing his ears. The terminal beeped as it processed the massive wager, drawing astonished glances from everyone nearby. Cheng Xiao raised an eyebrow at the newcomer's confidence, but said nothing. He tucked his hands into his sleeves and walked toward the seating area, curiosity and anticipation warring in his chest. "Are you kidding me?" the clerk stammered, eyes widening at the burly man before him. 30,000 gold soul coins. Who even had that kind of money? Do I look like I'm joking? The fat man growled, leaning over the counter. All 30,000 on the Imperial fighter team. Yes, sir. The clerk's hand shook as he took the gold coin card and hurriedly processed the wager. At last, the fat man relaxed, a self-satisfied grin spreading across his face. He turned to Cheng Xiao, who had been standing quietly nearby, and winked. And you, little brother, are you backing the fighters too? Cheng Xiao returned his smile with a slight nod. They've got a strong lineup. Betting on them seems smart and profitable. Heroes think alike, the fat man said, eyes glinting. I'm convinced the Imperial fighters will sweep the Mad God team tonight. Perhaps, Cheng Xiao agreed, then gave a courteous nod and stepped away from the betting window, leaving the fat man still chuckling over his bold wager. Watching Cheng Xiao's departing form, the stout man couldn't shake the feeling that this young warrior was no ordinary contender. He cast a casual glance toward the betting booths for the Mad God team and let a smug grin spread across his face. The more you bet, the bigger your payout, he mused inwardly. How could a squad from Little Soto City possibly top the soul fighters of mighty Tiando City? Tonight, I'm going to walk away with a mountain of gold soul coins. With that confident smirk, he slipped into the throng, eager to claim his seat in the Team Spirit fighting stands. Tonight was destined to be a long, sleepless night of high-stakes action. 10 minutes later, the Imperial Do team arrived at the Soulmaster Pavilion in Division 11, prepared for the opening round of the Team Spirit Showdown. Before stepping onto the arena floor, Qin Ming gathered his teammates for one last reminder. Tianheng, he said quietly but firmly, when the battle begins, don't hold back. Strike hard and fast. These opponents won't show mercy. Stay sharp and finish this quickly. With that, the Royal Do team took their positions, hearts racing as the crowd's roar grew deafening. The first clash of the evening was about to begin. All right, Teacher Qin, we understand, Captain Yu Tianheng said with a firm nod. Turning to his teammates, he let a confident smile spread across his face. Tonight, under the banner of the Huangdo team, we'll show everyone what true team spirit really means. At his words, the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team filed onto the Spirit Combat Arena, guided by the event staff. Meanwhile, Qin Ming slipped away from the Spirit Master's corridor and hurried back to the stands, where Cheng Xiao was waiting for him. The 11th Divi, Scion Team Spirit Competition, first round, Match 1, officially begins. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium. Instantly, both teams activated their martial spirits in a dazzling display of power. High above the arena, the host hovered to stay clear of any stray attacks. No one wanted to incur the wrath of the notorious Mad God team. A bunch of puny kids thinking they can take us on in spirit combat? Captain Kwang Wu of the Mad God team sneered, his eyes alight with scorn. I'll beat you so badly, your own parents won't recognize you. A hush fell over the crowd as the combatants faced off, the tension so thick you could almost cut it with a blade. The moment had come. The first clash of tonight's showdown was about to erupt. Yu Tianheng had no idea how disastrous his arrogance would prove for both him and his teammates. The Mad God team's taunts stung, and the members of the Imperial fighter team bristled in response. Though neither side had yet drawn a blade, the fierce auras crackling between them spoke volumes. Tension knotted the air. Kwang Wu, captain of the Mad God team, looked to be in his 30s, a jagged scar slicing across his right eye. At this moment, his gaze blazed with cruel anticipation as he fixed Yu Tianheng in his sights, eager, it seemed, to tear these toys to shreds. Boss, let's show them what we can do, Yu Feng called from midair, his voice carrying a smirk. Yu Tianheng returned Kwang Wu's stare, cold and unshaken. He drew in a steadying breath and replied, All right, let's see which side really has the strength to win. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shaft of cobalt light burst from his body. Electric blue and violet arcs of lightning coiled around him, and behind him the hulking shadow of his spirit beast. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex materialized, its thunderous roar echoing across the battlefield. When Yu Tianheng revealed his martial spirit and soul ring lineup, a collective gasp erupted from the stands. Unbelievable! The perfect soul ring configuration. a blue electric Tyrannosaurus, the most formidable beast spirit on Earth. He must be from one of the legendary 3 great blue electric Tyrannosaurus sects. The moment his spirit manifested, electricity crackled through the air, and the crowd buzzed with excitement. One by one, the members of the Imperial Combat Team unveiled their own martial spirits and soul rings, and on paper, every configuration was flawless. Even Ye Lingling, the team's auxiliary soulmaster, and the Shi twins, its defensive stalwarts, proudly displayed 2 yellow rings alongside a purple. In this world, 2 yellow, 1 purple, was widely acknowledged as the optimal setup for cultivators of their level. Across the arena, the rival Guangshen team looked caught off guard. Aside from their captain, Kuang Wu, who matched the 2 yellow, 1 purple standard, none of the other 6 fighters had reached that benchmark. They stood with either a white, yellow, and purple trio, or a white with 2 yellows. In that instant, the imbalance between the teams was laid bare, and the Imperial Combat Team's advantage felt all but insurmountable. Guangshen's team was already at a disadvantage the moment the soul rings were revealed. Their configurations simply couldn't match those of the royal fighters. Yet nothing had prepared Kuang Wu for his opponent's martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, legendary as the most powerful beast spirit known. Seeing it summoned on the sparring ground, Kuang Wu's heart sank. Disciples of the 3 noble sect rarely even set foot in Soto City, much less engage in its tournaments. His mind raced. Were these challengers scions of some wealthy family, here only to practice? He forced his fingers to unclench, his knuckles cracked like gunshots in the tense silence. Around him, his teammates stared, slack-jawed. No one dared move. Against a top-tier beast martial soul like that, they might as well have been standing still. Attack! Yu Tianheng's voice cut through the shock. He was the captain of the Roya, L fighters, and without hesitation he led the charge. The air crackled around him as he drew on the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex's power. Arcs of cerulean energy flickered along his arms and legs, illuminating the arena. Kuang Wu swallowed. He'd never faced anything like this. But the match had started, and there was no turning back. As soon as he unleashed his soul skill, his muscles bulged all over. Instantly, his right hand morphed into a massive dragon claw, and he surged forward, flanking the enemy alongside Oslo and Yufeng. At the same moment, the Shi brothers released their martial spirits for the first time. 2 obsidian tortoise shells, rimmed with emerald light, materialized behind Yu Tianheng, poised to intercept any incoming blows. Deputy Captain Dugian was just as swift. With a hiss, she summoned her martial soul, the green phosphorus snake, which coiled at her feet, its venomous eyes locked on the royal fighting team. She stood ready for a single misstep from their foes, waiting to strike and reduce them to nothing more than viscous fluid in an instant. Across the way, the Mad God team's captain, Kuang Wu, took in the scene and snapped orders to his frozen teammates. "Stop gawking and attack!" He swept his arm in a grand arc. Immediately, a blood-red longsword formed above his palm, his own martial soul, the blood sword. It wasn't the rarest weapon spirit, but it ranked firmly in the mid to upper tier, and in Kuang Wu's hands it would prove more than enough. Excluding Kuang Wu and his supporting spirit master, both of whom wielded weapon spirits, the Mad God team's other 5 members were all beast spirits, manifesting as bears, monkeys, sheep, dogs, hippos, and the like. Such a lineup held its own in smaller conflicts, but against a Soul Master squad endowed with high-tier martial souls, they were quickly outmatched. Even the 2 additional weapon spirit masters on Kuang Wu's side, though handy for minor buffs, lacked any truly outstanding abilities. It wasn't long before Kuang Wu squared off against Yu Tianheng. As captain, Kuang Wu knew that felling the enemy leader would shatter their opponent's morale and guarantee victory. With that in mind, he charged forward, blood knife spirit in hand. But wishful thinking seldom survives contact with reality. Yu Tianheng's dragon transformation into the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex granted him a massive power surge. No matter how razor-sharp Kuang Wu's blood knife was, it wasn't enough to withstand the Tyrannosaur's thunderous assaults. Under the unrelenting onslaught, Kuang Wu found himself faltering almost immediately. The rest of the Guangshen team wanted to come to Kuang Wu's aid, but Yufeng and Oslo's pincer maneuver kept them pinned down. At the same time, The Shi brothers effortlessly commanded their spirit beast, the black tortoise, to their every whim. Noticing Kuang-wu faltering, the twins unleashed the black tortoise toward the beleaguered teammates. "Brothers, stand firm," the Mad God team's vice-captain bellowed, 3 soul rings blazing at his feet. "Even if we fall, we'll show them that Mad God team is no pushover." With that, he lunged at the Shi brothers. Yet within seconds, screams rang out across the spirit fighting stage. The vice-captain, despite his fierce roar, was overpowered by the brothers' brute strength and found himself locked in place. A single, thunderous punch shattered his ribs and sent him hurtling off the platform. Nor did their supporting soul masters fare any better. Under the twin onslaught of Oslo and Yu Feng, relentless as reapers, their auxiliaries were ruthlessly hurled from the stage, landing comatose below. The Mad God team's counterattack had collapsed in an instant. The battle was over in just over 2 minutes. The moment Yu Tianheng's dragon-clawed hand closed around Kuang-wu's head, the captain of the Mad God team, their fighting soul shattered. One by one, the Mad God team members plummeted from the fighting soul stage, and the crowd fell into stunned silence. Had they known how unstoppable the Royal Phi Godding team truly was, none of them would have wagered on their opponents. But regret is no cure for bad bets, and tonight the nobles and wealthy merchants who backed the royals would be pocketing every last coin. The winner of the Team Fighting Spirit contest is the Royal Fighting Team, the announcer declared, his voice echoing through the arena. Chapter 78, Contradiction. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena. The Imperial Fighting Team had triumphed. A silence fell over the crowd. Only a handful of gamblers in the stands, those who had placed long-shot bets on the Imperial team, allowed themselves relieved smiles. Everywhere else, faces were etched with disbelief and regret. Once notorious for their savagery, the Mad God team had been expected to steamroll the competition. Instead, they'd been outmaneuvered and outmatched, utterly undone before our very eyes. Spectators muttered in shock. How could this happen? How could the feared Mad God team be dismantled so decisively? On the raised soul fighting stage, the Imperial fighting team stood tall, their armor gleaming under the arena lights. Some fans glared at them with fury. Others spared them no more than a grudging nod of respect. No one dared heckle the victors, not here. After all, they were just gamblers, cheering or jeering from the sidelines. This was real power on display, not a dice roll. At last, Yu Tianheng, captain of the Imperial fighting team, signaled his comrades. Together, they descended the ramp, leaving a stunned audience to grapple with the unexpected outcome of tonight's fiercest clash. After the team spirit battle ended, Qin Ming and Cheng Xiao slipped out of the spectator stands and made their way to the Imperial Spirit Team's lounge. The moment they stepped inside, a round of cheers broke out, loudest of all from Yufeng and Osluo, while the rest of the team maintained their usual cool reserve. "Teacher!" Yu Tianheng sprang up from the sofa and hurried over to Qin Ming. "You did well tonight, Tianheng," Qin Ming said with a nod, his eyes bright with approval. He swept his gaze across the others. "Each of you fought admirably and carried out your duties without fail." He paused, then asked, "Now that you've had time to reflect, what did you take away from today's match?" "Takeaways." Du Yan tapped her chin thoughtfully. "Honestly, our opponents were too weak. Compared to the Soul Masters from Tiando City, they were completely outclassed." "Sister Yanzi's right," Yufeng added with a dismissive wave. "They weren't even worth our full attention." Osluo cracked a rare grin as he nodded in agreement, and the rest of the room echoed the sentiment in their own quiet way. The battle was over, but already the team's focus had shifted back to preparing for their next, more formidable challenge. Qin Ming surveyed the 7 members of Huangdo with a thoughtful look and sighed. "So far, all your strategies have hinged on identifying your opponent's weaknesses. Can any of you tell me what else you should be evaluating besides your enemy?" Yu Tianheng paused, then spoke deliberately. "Sir, tonight we won because they never understood the extent of our strength. They misjudged us, underestimated us, and it cost them the match. Going forward, we must stay humble, recognize our own capabilities, and never allow overconfidence to catch us off guard." A proud smile broke across Qin Ming's face. "Exactly, Tianheng. That's the essence of spirit combat. Underestimate your opponent, and you'll be the one who falls." He turned to address the whole team. That said, credit where it's due. Their spirit fighters were simply outmatched, and your coordination was flawless. As your instructor, I'm pleased to see all 7 of you advancing to tomorrow's Team Spirit tournament. If any of you wish to sign up for the singles or duo events, the opportunity is yours. He glanced at his watch. If there's nothing else, let's head back to the hotel and get some rest. We'll need every ounce of energy for tomorrow's competition. Remember, you've got the spirit battle again tomorrow. Rest up and get yourself ready. With that, Qin waved to signal the end of their session. The competitors from Huangdo rose from the lounge, brimming with excitement as they made their way out of the Great Soul fighting arena. Just as they reached the exit, however, they caught sight of a sea of angry faces. The gamblers who lost everything tonight glared at them with bitter resentment. Huangdo's group paid them no heed. Qin led the way, guiding everyone swiftly away from the arena's grounds. As usual, Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling brought up the rear, their footsteps echoing in the quiet corridor. Halfway to the Rose Hotel, Ye Lingling broke the silence with a cool observation. Looks like we're going to have plenty of enemies tonight. Cheng Xiao shrugged, a faint smile playing on her lips. Let them hate us all they like. Hey, it's their right to bet on that team. It's none of our business. Exactly. Ye Lingling gave a faint nod, then added with mock seriousness. But next time someone bets on us, I want my cut. Cheng Xiao arched an eyebrow. Short on cash, are you? She laughed, a rare warmth lighting her composed features. I'm never broke, but who actually likes having less money? He grinned back. So that's the calm, Ye Lingling I've been hearing about. The next morning at Shrek Academy dawned bright and clear. Even at first light, the sun already beat down mercilessly, stretching long shadows across the courtyard. Outside the gymnasium, Headmaster Flanders stood with arms folded, his silhouette etched sharply against the glare. His expression was unreadable. Someone tell me, he called out, voice low and steady, what on earth happened yesterday that made me beg for an extra day's rest for you lot? Speak up. His gaze swept over the Shrek 7 devils, each member standing at attention, his eyes colder than the early sun, yet laced with an unmistakable edge of restrained impatience. He really couldn't understand why Flanders had postponed training and granted the Shrek 7 monsters another day's rest. Determined to get to the bottom of it, he fell silent as Master addressed them. Tang-san, explain exactly what happened 2 days ago. Tang-san stepped forward, steeling himself. Master, 2 days ago we— Enough of this nonsense, Master snapped, cutting him off. He turned a frosty glare on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Because of the 2 of you, Flanders took yesterday off. Now that you claim to be recovered, I'm assigning everyone, each one of you, a special punishment. In half an hour, you'll set out for Soto City and back, 10 times over, each carrying a full pack. He paused, eyes narrowing. And don't think about eating a single bite until today's training is complete. Ma Hongjun winced, the reminder of his still aching shoulder sharpening the sting of those words. He gritted his teeth and said nothing. Ma Hongjun's eyes blazed as he glared at the master. My martial soul is flawed. You know that, Dean. I didn't come out here to cause trouble. I just needed to release some pent-up energy. Why punish me for that? The master's expression hardened. He jabbed a finger at Ma Hongjun. Still arguing, are you? I'm your teacher, and you're my student. If you refuse to finish your training, you can leave this team whenever you like. After all, you're nothing more than a coward plagued by a defective martial soul. Coward? Ma Hongjun snapped. In an instant, a surge of violet-red light burst from him, and the air around his body ignited with scorching heat. A spectral phoenix, its feathers blood-red, soared into being behind him, wings unfurled. 2 golden soul rings rose into view at his feet, and his fingers curled into razor-sharp claws. But the master only shrugged, a cold smile playing on his lips. Impressive display. So now you wish to attack me, to prove you're not a coward? Fine. Withdraw that martial spirit right now, then run your laps burdened by extra weight. Until you do, you and your courage are one and the same. Just then, Tang-san stepped forward. Tang-san caught Ma Hongjun's furious glare, frowned, and spoke gently. Big fatty, master is right. You need to suppress your martial spirit. We delayed a day of training yesterday because of you and Dai Lauda, so we deserve this punishment. He squared his shoulders. And remember, we're a team. Once we've completed our penalty and grown stronger, we'll be in a position to help you get your revenge. His words, delivered with quiet conviction, made everyone uneasy, especially Dai Mubai. A single day's extra drills seemed hardly severe, even if it was his own fault that prompted them. Yet the notion of revenge spoken so earnestly by Tang San unsettled him more than he cared to admit. Ma Hongjun's chest heaved. He knew Tang San meant well, but as a man who'd just lost two of his most precious treasures, his pride and his martial spirit, the wound felt raw. With a slow, painful exhale, he retracted his martial spirit and stood rigidly in formation, saying nothing. The master snorted harshly. Enough talk. Line up. We start running drills immediately. Second stage of tonight's training is about to begin. The moment those words fell from his master's lips, Tang San bolted to the courtyard gate. As the head disciple, obedience was non-negotiable. The others followed, albeit much more reluctantly, Ning Rongrong lagging behind the most. Over the past few months, she'd learned that the master's so-called devil training amounted to nothing more than running in heavy weights until you could barely move. Just as the 7 devils of Shrek spilled out into the cool night air, a figure appeared at the master's side. Flanders. He offered a wry smile. Xiaogang, don't be upset. Ma Hongjun had an accident. The master shot Flanders a withering glance. A saint of great soul caliber, your direct disciple, gets into accidents? Master. Flanders hesitated, at a loss for words, then let out a helpless sigh. The master's eyes went cold. Don't think I tolerate this out of kindness. If it weren't for you, I'd have kicked Ma Hongjun off the team long ago. With that, he turned, motioning for the 7 devils to begin their second grueling session of the night. Tang San squared his shoulders and dashed forward. After all, some orders weren't meant to be questioned. Yes, I know you mean well, Dean Flanders said, forcing a polite smile. But after making them run that hard, do you really think they'll have anything left for tonight's spirit combat drills? Master Xiaogang leaned back, unconcerned. Trust me. By my estimates, their stamina easily covers 10 extra rounds. Tonight we'll stick to 2-on-2 and 1-on-1 sparring, no full team matches. Flanders nodded. Very well. You have full authority. Just set the schedule. Xiaogang's expression grew serious as he fixed Flanders with a sharp look. There's one more thing. Your students are being bullied. As dean, are you just going to watch while they're harassed? And what about the boy who teased our female spirit master? He didn't cross any real line, so why such a heavy-handed punishment? Flanders' confident smile wavered. Xiaogang, don't worry. As dean, I'll handle it. Xiaogang snorted, narrowing his eyes. You'd better. Flanders could only offer a helpless nod, as if assuring everyone he could sort things out, even though in truth he had no idea how to fix the mess they'd made. Chapter 79, Prelude to Shrek's Collapse Night, had fully descended when the Soto Spirit Fighting Arena thrummed with renewed energy. At the Soul Master's summons, Shrek and his companions made their way to the Grand Spirit Arena, where each of the Shrek 7 Devils was formally granted an official title. But that evening, as they gathered in the Soul Master's private lounge to finalize the night's spirit fighting drills, a disagreement quickly arose. Master, I really don't want to team up with Tang San, Xiao Wu blurted, crossing her arms and fixing him with a glare. The Soul Master regarded her coolly. And who would you rather partner with? He asked evenly. My analysis shows that you and Tang San complement each other perfectly. His control techniques will create openings for your strongest strikes. There's no disadvantage in this pairing, only benefit. Xiao Wu huffed, but before she could reply, Tang San stepped forward. His brow was knit in mild confusion. Xiao Wu, is there something wrong with our team? As the master said, my spirit control meshes exactly with your offensive style. She glanced away for a moment, wrestling with her reluctance. It's not that I don't trust you, she began, her voice softer but still tense. It's just... Tang San offered her a patient, reassuring smile. Just what? Xiao Wu bit her lip, searching for the right words. Around them, the other members of Shrek Academy awaited the final decision, their eyes flicking between master, partner, and the tense pair in the center of the room. The air crackled with expectation. Tonight's training would set the course for their next great challenge, and no one wanted to make the wrong move. With a nearly 100% win rate, We can't lose, Tang San declared confidently. No. Xiao Wu cut him off at once, shaking her head. Then she turned to Ning Rongrong with a bright smile. Rongrong, what do you say we form a team? Tang San stared at her in surprise. Beside him, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. All right, Sister Xiao Wu, she said, laughing, but you have to promise to protect me. Xiao Wu balled one tiny fist and pounded it into her palm. Don't worry, I'll keep you safe. Tang San's grin faltered. He glanced over at Oscar. Oscar, you'll join me then? With my crowd control and your healing, we'd be unstoppable. Oscar shook his head firmly. No, Master Tang. I've already decided to team up with Boss Dai. Dai Mubai looked from Oscar to the coldly composed Zhu King, then nodded. Fine, Zhu King, you and I will enter the 2-on-2 spirit fight together. Oscar, go find Fatty. You two make a team. Oscar forced a polite smile to mask his embarrassment, then hurried off in search of Dai's chosen partner. Zhu King's voice was ice-cold as she fixed Dai Mubai with a glare. Stay away from me, she said. Even if I partner with Oscar, I refuse to team up with you. You've let me down too many times. She had just discovered that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun routinely frequented brothels, and the past few days' events only deepened her disgust. She knew she needed a change, though she wasn't yet sure what form it would take. One thing was clear, she could no longer tolerate men like him. Dai Mubai's face drained of color. Fine, he said through clenched teeth. Team up with whoever you want, but you will not team up with Oscar. Zhu Qing let out a bitter laugh. Since when do I need your permission? I won't be bullied by a paper tiger who hides behind threats. His temper flaring, Dai Mubai turned to Oscar. Xiaoao, if you really call me brother, don't go with her. Join me instead, and I guarantee you victory. Oscar shifted uncomfortably, caught between them. Boss Dai. Oscar trailed off, running a hand through his hair in sheer bewilderment. He had no idea how to answer. Look, Dai Laohu, this is between you and Zhu Qing. Why drag me into it? Before Dai Mubai could retort, Ning Rongrong piped up, eyes dancing with amusement as she sized up his stormy expression. She let out a soft, mocking chuckle. Of course, you go after Oscar. You know he can't fight back. Why don't you pick on Tang San instead? Afraid you'd lose? Dai Mubai's jaw clenched. Don't get smart with me, Rongrong. Do you really think I can't take Tang San? Feeling the tension spike, Oscar rushed forward, hands raised in peace. Boss Dai, please. Rongrong didn't mean any harm. Rongrong only crossed her arms, arching an eyebrow. Oh, then what exactly did I mean? Cut it out, Dai Mubai barked, pointing a finger at Oscar. And don't think I'm fooled by your innocent act. You two are both guys, admiring other good-looking guys. Since Zhu Qing is willing to team up with you, why not join her? Stop pretending you've got no stake in this. A hush fell over the clearing as the three stared at one another, the air thick with rivalry and an unspoken challenge. Chapter X. Boiling Point. Dai Mubai stormed into the lounge, casting a scornful eye at the crumpled sheets on the table. Do you honestly think I care about such a rag? He spat, his voice taut with barely contained fury. Just days ago, he'd been slapped with an unfair punishment, and ever since his fiancée had turned up the pressure, he'd felt like a tightly wound spring, ready to snap. Now, Oscar's tentative steps forward only stoked his ire. Oscar, he began, but Oscar's interrupted apology wasn't enough. Don't call me boss, Dai Mubai snarled, taking a threatening step closer. You're nothing but a yapping guard dog, always sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I can kick you out any time I choose. Understand? Oscar's face went pale. Humiliated and unsure how to reply, he swallowed hard. Across the room, Zhu King stood rigid, fists clenching at her sides. Her eyes blazed. You bastard, she hissed, voice low but fierce. You think you can bully me too? Don't mistake my silence for weakness. A heavy silence settled over them, charged with bruised pride and unspoken challenges. Neither party dared break it, yet each knew this standoff was far from over. Without you around, I'll have plenty of girls to entertain me. Every day a new one, Dai Mubai drawled, leaning back as if this were the most natural thing in the world. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed. Fine, she said quietly. If you hate me so much, let's just go our separate ways. Before the tension could escalate further, a voice rang out. That's enough, Dai Mubai. Master Yu Xiaogong strode forward, his face stormy. He fixed Dai Mubai with an angry glare. You're the captain of the Shrek 7 Devils. How dare you speak like that? He turned to the others. Oscar, Ningrongrong, Juju King. I don't know what quarrel you four are having, but this is Shrek Academy, and you are a team. I expect you to act like one. If you can't settle your disagreements, then go back to running drills until you learn some discipline. Ningrongrong bristled. And who appointed you judge, Mr. Yu? You're just a great soul master, hardly someone above reproach. Where were you when Dai Mubai was bullying Oscar just now? Why didn't you intervene when he humiliated Juju King? You're a teacher at Shrek Academy. If you can't resolve a conflict when it happens, what good are you afterward? Are you even qualified to teach us? Master Yu's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing for a moment. The simmering resentment in the air crackled as the members of the Shrek 7 Devils faced each other, the battlefield of words every bit as charged as any training ground. Ningrongrong's comment hit Master like a sudden blow. He had believed that her training over the past weeks had tempered her fiery spirit, but now it seemed she was merely putting on an act. Ningrongrong, he said through gritted teeth, I will not tolerate you insulting my teacher. Tang San, standing beside him, stiffened. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he added, Master, if you insult him, you insult me. Don't think that being the eldest daughter of a powerful family gives you free rein to behave as you please. If you continue this arrogance, I won't hesitate to teach you, on behalf of your elders, the meaning of respect. So what if it's you? Ningrongrong sneered without batting an eye. Tang San, sometimes I worry about your judgment. How could you choose as your teacher someone who just copies other people's theories, twists them into half-baked ideas, and then parades them off as original martial arts? My advice, when you have time, find a healing soul master to examine your brain. Otherwise, you're going to turn yourself into a fool, lost in your cultivation. Tang San's face flushed red. He drew a shaky breath, his chest heaving like an ox's under strain. What did you say? He demanded, struggling to keep his voice steady. Master placed a calming hand on Tang San's shoulder, though his own eyes burned with indignation. The air between them crackled with tension as Ningrongrong, cool and unflinching, waited for their next move. I won't repeat myself. As your fellow student at Shrek Academy, I'm warning you. Choose your master wisely. Never apprentice under someone who simply copies their predecessor's techniques. A plagiarist can never truly teach. When those words faded, Ningrongrong's lips curled in contempt. She'd infiltrated Shrek Academy under a fake identity precisely to see what this vaunted theory master had up his sleeve. But now that the first stage of training was over, she'd found nothing extraordinary. No secret manuals, no hidden drills. The so-called devil training had boiled down to waking before dawn for weighted runs and then fighting mock battles all day. That was it. Really? What made this place any different from other elite schools? Ningrongrong shook her head in disbelief. Had she known it would be this disappointing, she might as well have signed up at Tiando Royal Academy and enjoyed herself instead, at least compared with the grueling Devil Run regimen at Tiando Royal Academy. With its state-of-the-art soul simulation arenas and luxurious board and lodging, Shrek Academy looks like a backwater in the middle of nowhere. Hearing Ningrongrong's mocking words, Master Yu Xiaogong's chest tightened, his face flushing as he sucked in ragged breaths. If you think Shrek Academy is so terrible, he managed at last, voice trembling, then you're free to leave. Nobody's forcing you to stay. Ningrongrong smiled, folding her arms. Leave? Little Soul Master Yu Xiaogong, do you seriously believe you have the authority to speak like that? Before you arrived, I still thought Dean Flender had something worthwhile to teach. But since you took over, all I've seen is, well, useless drivel. She leaned closer. You can't even teach them to sprint properly. Every student drags weights, and everyone's punished for the slightest mistake. Do you really expect us to believe you're a true master? They only call you master as a joke. Her tone dropped to a whisper, brimming with contempt. When you can't even show your own soul ability in a real spirit fight, what right do you have to lecture anyone? Master Yu's face darkened. The hall fell silent as he struggled to regain his composure and his authority under her withering gaze. What in the world is that code name you've pinned on me? Chibao Luli? Do you take everyone here for a fool? How many people across the entire continent even go by that name? Honestly, you must have been living in some fantasy all year. There's something seriously off with your head. The room fell silent. No one expected the ever-gentle Ningrongrong to erupt with such blistering force. Still, her harsh words cut to the bone. After this morning's grueling weighted run, everyone except Tang San had been quietly nursing a grudge. That very tension was why Dai Mubai had snapped earlier today. Oscar glanced at Ningrongrong in astonishment. Seeing her stand up so fiercely on his behalf stirred an unexpected warmth in his chest. Is this really our sweet Rongrong? He wondered. In the exclusive Soul Master's lounge, only Tang San and his master sat panting and flushed, their anger as raw as Ningrongrong's. The rest of the assembled masters watched, in respectful silence, eyes fixed on the young girl's fiery rebuke. Dai Mubai, who only moments before had been on the verge of losing control, now forced himself to stay silent. He felt a fresh wave of shame wash over him. What had he been saying? Beside him, Jujuqing stood perfectly still, her face icy calm, yet the white-knuckle grip of her fists betrayed the storm roiling beneath her composed exterior. Perhaps that frostiness was the very shield she needed right now. Ningrongrong's mocking laughter cut through the tension like a blade. The master's thin veneer of authority cracked, and Tang San, still buoyed by his loyalty to their teacher, shot to his feet. His eyes glittered dangerously as he fixed Ningrongrong with a single, chilling promise. One more word of nonsense, and I'll kill you. Shut up, Ningrongrong flared, prepared to retort. Before she could continue, the massive doors to the Spirit Hall lounge swung open. Flanders strode in, Zhao Wuji at his side, and they both paused at the doorway. Flanders's gaze swept over the tense circle of students, then landed on Tang San. His voice, when it came, was like thunder. I don't care what personal quarrels you have. You are all students of Shrek Academy. As long as you stand under this roof, you answer to me. I will not allow any of you to spill the blood of a fellow student. He turned slowly toward Ningrongrong, his tone dropping to a low, steely rumble. If you're so convinced that you don't belong here, you're free to return to the Chu Qibao sect at any time. No one will try to stop you. For a long moment, Ningrongrong studied Flanders's unyielding profile. Then she lifted her chin, her earlier bravado returning in full force. I'm not going anywhere, she declared. I belong at Shrek, and I won't abandon my friends. A hush fell over the room. Tang San's expression softened ever so slightly. Jujuqing unclenched her fists, and Dai Mubai exhaled as though he'd been holding his breath for hours. The challenge had been laid bare, and for now at least, the conflict would remain within the bounds of Shrek Academy's rules. No one else would stop them from fighting their own battles. Dean Flanders, I'm only speaking the truth, Ningrongrong replied, unfazed, a playful smile lighting her face. If you personally led our training, I'd have no complaints. But if you hand us off to someone else, well, how can anyone trust a 19th-level Great Soul Master not to abuse their authority? That's enough, Flanders snapped, his eyes narrowing. One more word out of line, and I'll have you sent home immediately. No wonder President Ning Fengji thought sending his daughter to Shrek Academy might teach her some discipline. Her impetuous streak was on full display. Recognizing real anger in Flanders's glare, Ningrongrong stuck out her tongue once, then fell silent. A hush fell over the Soul Master's lounge. The Shrek Seven Devils shifted uncomfortably, and the Submaster stood trembling at Flanders's fury. Finally, Flanders exhaled in frustration. Xiao Gang, as a teacher, you should lead by example, offer an apology. He looked around the group, and all of you, except Tang San, should apologize as well. One by one, the 7 devils bowed their heads. We're sorry, Submaster. Flanders waved a dismissive hand. Very well, this matter ends here. In future, if you have grievances, deal with them properly. No more public theatrics. You can't let a problem defeat you, Flanders reminded them, his tone calm but firm. At his prompting, Ningrongrong swallowed her pride, led the borrowed donkey up the slanted dais, and knelt before their master. I'm sorry, she said, head bowed. One by one, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Jujuqing, and the others followed. Though it stung their pride, and their master's own dignity was clearly bruised, the ritual required it. Students must apologize, and the teacher must accept. When the last of them had spoken, the master exhaled heavily. He straightened, cheeks still burning, and offered a reluctant apology in return. Flander stepped closer and placed a consoling hand on the master's shoulder, murmuring encouragement. Good. Now, Flanders continued, turning to Zhao Wuji. Lead them to the soul battle arena. Pair off everyone except Ma Hongjun. He'll fight solo. As Zhao Wuji escorted the Shrek 7 devils from the hall, the master's fury broke through. He raised his staff, pounding it on the wooden floor until the noise echoed through the empty room. Flanders, he barked, you actually made me apologize to those students who insulted me. What on earth were you thinking? Flanders did not reply. His gaze drifted to the closed doors, and a deep weariness sank into his chest. He felt torn between his lifelong friend, now seething with wounded pride, and the earnest young warriors who looked to him for guidance. In that charged silence, he simply stood, caught between loyalty and duty, too exhausted to defend his choice. He asked both sides to apologize. It was more than he ever expected, but he saw no better way to resolve the conflict. What saddened him most was that his master couldn't fathom what Flanders was feeling. Even if he did understand, he would never step into Flanders's shoes. After all, Shrek Academy wasn't his own creation. He had no real reason to invest himself so deeply. Chapter 80. A group ready to erase their shame. After a period of rest and recovery, the Imperial fighting team reconvened at the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. To avoid drawing too much attention, Qin Ming had instructed everyone to arrive a bit later than usual. Once inside the vast arena, the Huangdo squad immediately set to work, running through the soul-fighting drills and exercises Qin Ming had tailored for them. While the rest trained, Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling slipped off toward the registration booths for the upcoming 2-on-2 matches. The area was already buzzing with pairs of soul masters eager to test their mettle. After a short wait in line, the two girls presented their Universal Spirit Fighting badges and signed up. They chose Shadow Begonia as their team name, a fitting moniker under the arena's standardized badge system. With registration complete, Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling climbed the spectator stands. Their own match was still hours away, so they decided to watch other duos in action. There was much to learn from observing different fighting styles and tactics. Finding 2 consecutive empty seats, they settled in side by side, anticipation bright in their eyes as the first bout of the day began. Cheng Xiao had barely settled into her seat when she spotted a familiar figure on the Seoul Arena stage. There stood Xiao Wu, now honed into a true god of war by Ningrongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. As a 3-ring soul master boosted by the pagoda's power, Xiao Wu was utterly unstoppable. Her third soul skill, instant teleportation, kept her out of reach, while her second skill, charm control, rendered any would-be attacker helpless. What a formidable duo, Ye Lingling murmured, eyes shining as Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong dismantled their opponents with unnerving ease. Cheng Xiao nodded in agreement. Just then, the arena's host boomed the verdict. Please congratulate the newcomers, Rug Luli, on triumphing over the TD combination in this 2-on-2 Soul Arena battle. The crowd erupted, cheers rolling through the stadium like a thunderclap, echoing against every wall and sending excitement rippling through the stands. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were the undisputed stars of the arena, both stunning and skilled. Their 2-on-2 spirit match had the spectators cheering in delight. Yet after watching a few more pairings, Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling began to yawn. Aside from the opening bout, where the soft-bone Luli duo had set the crowd alight, the rest of the matches felt lifeless. With 2 fights still to go before their own team's turn, the pair slipped away from the stands and made their way back to the Imperial Fighting Team's private lounge. As they entered, Cheng Xiao heard Yu Feng and Yu Tianheng deep in conversation. That last pair was impressive, Yu Feng was saying, but their synchronization was just a hair shy of perfection. Yu Feng looked up and offered a friendly wave when he spotted Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling. Hey, bosses, what did we miss? Cheng Xiao dropped onto a plush sofa, propped his chin on one hand, and cocked an eyebrow. What were you two discussing just now? Yu Feng chuckled, exchanging a sly glance with Tianheng. Oh, you're curious, are you? Before Cheng Xiao could answer, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, 6 shadow soldiers melted out of the corners of the room, surrounding Yu Feng. The flicker of lamplight revealed their silent scimitars and unblinking masks. Maybe now you'll share. Cheng Xiao said, his voice low and unmistakably serious. Yufeng's Adam's apple bobbed as he stared at the shadow soul beasts closing in around him. He swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming at his temples. Well, that. It was just a joke. Don't panic. Cheng Xiao smiled coolly. With a subtle motion of his will, the shadow warriors dissolved into swirling black smoke and seeped back into the darkness. Relief washed over Yufeng, but he scowled as he let out a huff. Funny joke, you nearly gave me a heart attack. He cleared his throat and shifted his weight. Anyway, remember how Oslo and I signed up for that two-person soul battle? We ran into a female soul master. Her martial soul is a ghost cat. She's young, but I've never seen anyone with a figure like hers. No, don't jump to conclusions. Cheng Xiao arched an eyebrow. Spit it out. Okay. Yufeng scratched the back of his neck, looking awkward. What I mean is, I wanted to tell you how impressed I am. She's not only powerful, but, well, she has an amazing figure. Cheng Xiao's expression flickered between amusement and exasperation. Of all the things to focus on right now, was Yufeng really here to gush about Juju King's curves? All right, Yufeng, don't drag me into this, Yu Tianheng protested as Yufeng reached out to pull him along. He waved him off with a laugh and turned to Cheng Xiao. I'm guessing it'll be you and Ling Ling up next, right? Cheng Xiao checked his watch, his expression calm as always. Not long now. Let's rest a bit until our turn. 10 minutes later, the 6th Division's 2-on-2 soul fighting arena buzzed with anticipation. Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling had already become a hot topic among the spectators. Except for their instructor, Qin Ming, every member of the Huangdou team squeezed into the viewing gallery. Not to be outdone, Shrek Academy had sent representatives as well. Everyone was eager to see this match. The announcer's voice boomed through the arena's speakers. Contest number 17 in the 6th Division's dual soul fighting is about to begin. Please welcome the Shadow Begonia duo and the blue-silver-white tiger combination to the stage. Shadow Begonia. A veteran master in the audience frowned, curiosity lighting his eyes. There was something about that name, strange, alluring, that made his pulse quicken. As the announcer called out the two teams, Tang San and Dai Mubai strode from the Soul Master passage onto the soul-fighting stage. They'd barely taken a step when both froze. Facing them were none other than Cheng Xiao and Ye Lingling, the very pair who had soundly beaten them just days before. Dai Mubai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. So it really is you, he growled, teeth clenched. They say there's no room for enemies on a narrow road. Cheng Xiao's lips curled into a half-smile. Enemies? Since when have we been enemies? Dai Mubai's gaze hardened. You talk a big game, he snarled, but this time I'll erase the sting of that last defeat. He flexed his fists until his knuckles cracked. At his side, Tang San bent low and murmured, Boss Dai, don't get reckless. Yet even as he spoke, a faint purple glow flickered in his eyes, an unspoken promise that he, too, was ready for a fight. The stadium lights dimmed for a heartbeat before flaring back to life, and the announcer's voice boomed through every speaker. It seems there's serious bad blood between Team Shadow Begonia and Team Blue-Silver-White Tiger, but tonight, you'll settle it once and for all. He paused, letting the tension build. Now, for our 17th 2-on-2 match, Shadow Begonia versus Blue-Silver-White Tiger. Contestants, please release your martial spirits. The battle begins. Almost instantly, the crowd erupted. Rumors of a personal grudge had primed every spectator for a fireworks show, and they weren't disappointed. Excited shouts and rhythmic clapping rippled through the stands. This was the kind of confrontation everyone had been waiting for. On the arena's sandy floor, Dai Mubai strode forward, his gaze locked on Cheng Xiao. A predatory grin curved his lips. I'll show you what a real evil-eyed white tiger looks like, he murmured, voice low and cold. At his feet, 3 spectral soul rings appeared in rapid succession, each one spinning ominously as his power surged. Across from him, Cheng Xiao squared his shoulders, ready to prove he could match that ferocity blow for blow. And with that silent promise, the two teams lunged into battle, each determined to emerge victorious. As soon as Tang San saw what was happening, he stood up beside Dai Mubai and had immediately unleashed his martial spirit. But his target wasn't Cheng Xiao, it was Ye Lingling, who was skulking behind her. Tang San was convinced that if they took out Ye Lingling, he and Dai Mubai could finally deal with Cheng Xiao without relying on any auxiliary soul masters. Now that he knew Cheng Xiao's true identity, memories of his crushing defeat by her last year surged through his mind. This time, however, he vowed that he would be the last one standing, and that Cheng Xiao would end up under his heels. He drew a steadying breath, steeled his resolve, and murmured, "Master, today I'll prove to everyone that you're no weakling."